Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Playing the Euro Truck, as you can imagine by the looks of what is on the screen. So, going to be doing some deliveries. So please like, share, and follow. Super appreciated. There we go. And let's put up the poll. Good one today. Always a good one. I always like to think of interesting things, in my opinion, anyway. So here's a good one. Oops, I noticed a typo here. Let's just fix that one typo. There we go. Publish that. And of course, make sure the sound is super awesome. William, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, I did something wrong. All right, go here and try that. All right, looks like it's working. Make sure the sound. And there we go. And everything's on the screen that's relevant, hopefully. Or the stream statistics. There we go, and we'll start the game. Where's my mouse, though? There we go. Let's go. Oh, I didn't notice how fast my guy was. He's about halfway through the bed. So let's look on the job market and see what is out there. I think this is where I am. Pressure tank. We can haul a pressure tank. That might be fun. Or milk. 34 grand worth of milk. $50 a kilometer for that one. To Germany. Maybe the pressure tank might be kind of cool, eh? Fires in 15 hours. Okay, and it's 24 kilometers away, so that's not too bad. We'll switch the view. And away we go, hey? 10-4, good buddy. Is that your favorite today, Axming? We're gonna haul some milk, I think, or no, what was it? A pressure tank. And thank you for liking, Axming. Much appreciated. Oh, here we go. Little narrow roads here, eh? I'm good, thank you. Did you see Falcon was streaming on Facebook today? Don't know, he might still be even. Oh. That's kind of weird. He's doing the same game except the American version of it. Alright, you guys, we're on the way. Not that I'm trying to scare you away, I really do appreciate you being here. You know? Especially if he winds up streaming all at the same time, that's no good, eh? Gotta have Axming to myself. Do you have Link? No, I don't know. I don't know it off the top of my head. I have him in my followed thing, so I stopped in. I can't actually chat in his chat right now because it gave me a message that I typed too much, because I talked to him for a bit down there and then it wouldn't let me type. Although fortunately I can type on my own, but I can't type on anybody's streams right now because it said I was you know, as an anti-spam measure, I guess I was typing too much because I was the only one chatting. If you go into one of my past streams, like yesterday's stream, where he types, you could probably follow his link through that. Are you gonna be late the next 2 weeks? Okay, good to know. Good to be aware of that. I hope you had a good time. I have the NHL clip ready. I just didn't actually make it live, so I'll do that later tonight. Not a very long video, but it's got some fun goals in it. Because there's a few games where we didn't actually score, so. But how she goes. All right, we gotta go get this thing here. You know, it's almost tempting to pull into that sleeping thing over there, because it said 16 hours, and then rest our guy up. That'll add some time, and then I'll be able to have a longer run after I go pick it up. Well, I think that's the main point of it, you know. It actually had not bad numbers for hockey. We had good 700 views there last night. Usually hockey's 400-ish. So that was good. God, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Good day, eh? So I saw you mentioned you watched The Strange Brew, Got. That's Axman's favorite movie, you know. Oh man, we gotta drive at night now. I don't even think about sleeping. Yeah, they're not live. I have them built and kind of uploaded. I just haven't made them live yet. So I got doing other things today. Oops, rub the mic. You know, so I just didn't get around to actually making it live. I have to actually click an arrow and say go live. You haven't asked your favorite question yet, Got. What'd you think of Strange Brew? I did get a haircut. That's your favorite question. I was like, wonder how long it'll take Got to notice. Surprised Axman didn't notice right away, actually. Usually he likes asking that too. Not as much as you do, though. Yeah, you have to wear a mask when you go. No, and then when they're doing around your ears, you gotta hold your mask. Oh. What do I look 10 years younger now or whatever? Isn't that what they always say? We're gonna discover something on the left here. Recruitment agency. Really, that sucks, eh? It does kind of suck, doesn't it? I'm assuming I gotta go in here. Looks like Brad Pitt. Well, that's pretty nice. It don't look like Jack Black. People sometimes say I look like Jack Black when they see me. You look like a fat version. Well, that's thanks, Scott. I think. Sean, how's it going? Hey, do you? Veronica, welcome. I'm doing good, thank you. And Gott's calling me fat here. What kind of guy is that, eh? Thank you for liking, Ronica. Much appreciated. You like Strange Brew, you learned a lot of A words. They like saying A, the McKenzie brothers. Now you know what Hosehead is. My bot is named after the dog in that. Alright, we got some business. We got to get this going. Killing it with the haircut. That's right. Gott said I look like a fat Brad Pitt. I mean, it doesn't get more complimentary than that. Well, happy 50th birthday today, Ronica. I hope your birthday is gone well. Why they often say A? Do you hear me talk? I say A too. Heck, pull it to know what direction I go. There. How's it going, eh? It's pretty common, but it depends on where in Canada you are. So a lot of Canadians do say that. You know, if you watch a lot of language, I mean, there's a lot of things that Americans will commonly say as well. You know, like especially, you know, for example, if you talk to an American who is in the southern states, a lot of them will say y'all, that kind of thing, or different things. You work today for your birthday. Did you get yourself some cake or anything like that, or have a nice meal, or anything special for your birthday? So, Ash, thank you for liking, much appreciated. I mean, you can't really do a lot, you know, around here, you know, when it's your birthday, because you know, everything's like shut down. What do you mean by hoser? You're a hoser. You know, hosehead. That's a common saying that Canadians used to say. They don't say it that much these days. It was more popularized by Bob and Doug McKenzie. But those guys had like a comedy sketch on a show that was similar to Saturday Night Live. And you know, it's very similar to Wayne's World. Wayne's World is actually kind of based off of that. A little bit, or influenced by it at least. I wonder if I should fix because the garage is nearby. Probably be alright. What is a hoser? I think, I don't know. What would you say a hoser is, Axbang? Kind of like, I guess, the way, you know, you might maybe goofball or drunk. That kind of thing. Calling somebody a drunk. Did you recognize Gott who Bob and Doug were? Like the actors? The one that plays Bob. The one that plays Bob is actually really famous. You know, he was in Ghostbusters. He was in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. He was in Little Shop of Horrors. The Bob, yeah. Rick Moranis. Knucklehead is what you'd say. Because being hosed means you're drunk. You know, like if you drink a lot of beer, you get hosed. Dave Thomas was in a lot too. There's a Bob and Doug McKenzie cartoon. If you watch the Disney movie Brother Bear, Bob and Doug McKenzie is in that actually too. They play some characters in there, and they're almost exactly the same personality. Fire Devil, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Oh, we'll cut that guy off. Not gonna do me a lot of good to pass here though. Gotta go watch the YouTube of the 12 Days of Christmas by, you know, Axming, if you want, you can always drop in the video section, you can always drop of the Discord, you can drop a link there and Got can check it out. If you find a good version of it. Kavinda, thank you for following, much appreciated. On the 12th day of Christmas, a beer in a tree. That whole album is very funny though. No, they did a record and then they sing the 12 Days of Christmas song, but it's a Bob and Doug McKenzie version. They actually do quite a bit of stuff on that album. There's like a song and different skits. I don't know the full lyrics to that one. I don't know if they did. Did they do a music video, or was it just people kind of made their own version of it? I don't remember seeing one that was official. But like a comedy record they did, I guess. They made a whole one, and they even had Geddy Lee from Rush, the band Rush. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but he was on there. Yod, thank you for sharing, much appreciated. There could have been a skit. That's true, they could have done a skit. There's a lot of skits on there, out on the internet of them, because they did do SCTV as well. But I don't know, when you watch Strange Brew, you can really see that they influenced Wayne's World. You know, Mike Myers was probably a fan. You know, as a Canadian boy growing up, Mike Myers probably watched Bob and Doug. So I would almost guarantee he would have anyway. I mean, who hasn't seen Bob and Doug that's Canadian? Looks like there's a cartoon. Oh, you haven't seen Wayne's World yet? Oh, okay. Well, Wayne from Wayne's World, he's a Canadian actor. So I'm sure he's seen it. Was the hockey better in Strange Brew? You know, when I was on Mixer and somebody subscribed to my channel, it played a little clip of that steamroller scene. It went steamroller, steamroller, and it showed them rolling around in that room in their pajamas. Axming probably remembers that, but you'd have to watch an old Mixer video now to see that, I think. My subscription, when people subscribe now, it does the theme song though. It does the Bob and Doug theme song. They're crazy. Be right back, okay? They're crazy ice hockey. Yeah, they're kind of crazy, eh? You saw the steamroller? Oh, get over here. Don't want to run over a pylon. Yeah, on the Mixer, there's a lot of Bob and Doug sound clips I used. I don't use too many now. If you subscribe, if you become a supporter, you'll hear one. but I don't use any beyond that. It's all just generic noises now because you know, Facebook, you gotta be careful not to, you know, to get copyright infringement, you know. Yod, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Yeah, Yod, you know what? On Falcon's thing there, I got a notice that I wasn't allowed to type anymore. So I couldn't give him the answer to his question when he was trying to figure out how to get the NPC going. The NPC, so I can't actually type in anybody's streams right now. Good evening, Julian. It gives me a notice that I'm probably timed out for like 3 days. So I can't actually type in anybody's stream, so I can only like, essentially. I can't actually type. I put the message on Discord and I sent a ticket into support, but Rich said he ran into that too, and I guess he got a notice of 3 days. I don't know if anybody else has ran into that, but that was weird. Oh, we gotta go straight. Yeah. I guess you can't type more than 20 comments? I don't know. So I was just happily talking to him about his game. You got a new movie up of Rick and Dave? I think they did one little sketch as Bob and Doug, but they actually, Rick Moranis, he retired from acting in his prime. Like after Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, his wife died, and then he just decided to retire and then take care of his kids. And then, you know, he's only really done a couple little tiny sketches since then. Oh crap. Holy cow, that's a big one. 5,000 bucks. That was an incredible drop. How's everyone doing tonight? I hope you had fun, Julian. Playing the hockeys. You gotta get Yod playing the hockeys one of these days, you know? Man, I can't believe I just got a $5,000 ticket. Kill the cow? No, I said, holy cow, I got a $5,000 ticket for speeding because the cop got me going 40 over. That was like my record-breaking ticket. Oh, geez. Red light violation. Did you hear what I just said there? Oh, geez? When I say geez, that's kind of a thing you probably heard a lot on Bob and Doug as well. Hey, Junior. Or JR. Sorry. I don't know if it's JR or Junior. Probably JR, I imagine. But hello. Is it me you're looking for? I just got a $5,000 ticket. Going 40 over. That's the highest ticket I've ever gotten. That was crazy times. That's like 10% of my profits from this particular drive. One ticket. The word you remember most is A. There's a couple of Canadianisms they say in it. In the Strange Brew movie. Julian, have you seen Strange Brew? Got just watched Strange Brew. Bob and Doug McKenzie movie. An older movie. That's a gooder. Like watching Airplane. Airplane's a good movie. Still, that actually Airplane is an older movie, but it stars a famous Canadian named Leslie Nielsen, who is no longer with us anymore, but it was good. Pretty funny show. Leslie Nielsen had a great career. It gets you going up to 90, then it suddenly drops the speed limit to 50. Yeah, Airplane. There's a couple sequels to that one too. You can't seem to have a stable viewing at your parents'. Hey, House of Hydra. How am I doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Although I got a $5,000 ticket just a moment ago. Grr. House Scott was just watching. He just watched Strange Brew for the first time. So now he knows the Canadian ways, eh? You got a haircut? Looks like I got one too. That's right. We're like haircutting bros or something. Yeah, it's weird. Although they make me wear masks when I get a haircut. I remember when you said you got a haircut before, they don't make you wear the mask. They make it totally wear it here. Gotta watch that speed limit. He's dropping down 80. And then it's gonna drop 70, and this is where I would get nailed. Miss that they're hairstyles that are closed there. Oh really? They did up the lockdown here. You know, like you can't dine out. Like all restaurants, you can't eat in the in there. You can only eat on patios. Did I have them shave my beard? No, I did my own. I don't think you can get any shaving because that's too close. So yeah, you can't get any shaving yet. That's gonna be post-vaccines or something like that. Down the line. They still got a lot of people to go. And we're all in the lineups. Yeah, no, I did shave, but it wasn't a barber doing it. It's just my own razor. Alfresco dining only? I don't know what alfresco dining means. They only let you eat on the patios. Outside. But still a bit chilly. Excuse me. Oh, that means dining outside? Well, there you go. Yeah, I guess that's it then, eh? I'll just drift back and forth. Open my Canada Dry. Put that there. Emmett, thank you for liking. Chris and House of Hydra, Julian and Yod. Everybody's liking. Thank you so much. Helps a ton, you guys. Amazing. What do you call patio dining? I don't know, just patio dining. Don't know if there's a special name for it. It might be what you said even, I don't know. I remember one time I was in Seattle in August, and I went to a restaurant, and they're like, where do you want to sit? And I said, oh, on the deck. And they said, oh, you must be Canadian, because it was a nice day out, but apparently most Seattle residents don't eat on the patio around that time. Alright, we gotta turn. Gotta learn the word. The bird is the word, you know. Well, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Everybody knows the bird is the word. Bird, bird, bird. You're teaching me a new word, that's right. I think I've heard that word before. Oh, better crank her down a notch. Almost got rear-ending that guy. There we go. Kind of weird not having the hair in my eyes, you know? Usually that one long stray hair, the set of stray hairs comes down there. It'll grow back pretty quick though, you'll be amazed. They even use the product. Which favorite CB word did you choose, Got? Or anybody else who wishes to give their 2 cents of info. Have I tried to shave your head? No. No, negative. I was in cadets when I was younger. So I guess that's as close as it got, but that wasn't shaved, it was just really short. Cadets is like, kind of like teenagers training for, you know, to train, you know, wearing uniform and survival stuff and shooting and stuff like that. So they have that in Canada here. Usually related to the Legion. Well, I was in cadets for a few years when I was a teenager. Got to go to Camp Vernon it was called. A couple times, you know, 2 summers. Just for a few weeks. It's not very long in Camp Vernon. That's Army cadets. Yeah, it's sort of a military training. Like, you know, it's above Boy Scouts, but it's, you know, Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts is like little kids, I guess. And then there's cadets for teenagers. So, you know, some of my nieces and nephews were also in Army cadets or Sea cadets. So the ones that were in Sea cadets got to, you know, go on the boats and do a lot of stuff and training that was related to what the Navy would normally learn, you know. And then there's also Air cadets. None of my relatives went in Air cadets, but you can imagine that Air cadets is similar to what the, you know, the Air Force would learn. You know, I don't think they'd be able to fly a plane specifically, but, you know, maybe they might learn to parachute or something, I guess. Do they have things like that for you, Got, when you're you know, in your teens or something for kids? Kind of learn how to do survival exercises and all that. It's an interesting experience, although I can't say I ever truly appreciated having to wear a uniform. You know, having to iron it up, and you get inspected and stuff like that. Oh, you have ground cadets, eh? Oh, okay. You know, so they're walking and telling you got lint on your uniform, or you got you got to do this or that kind of thing. Your double crease if you iron it wrong. That kind of stuff. You got to polish your boots so they're good and shiny. I'm not sure what practical use that really has, but I guess you know how to shine your shoes. Although I've never worn a pair of shoes that needed to be that shiny. There's just the cadet boots needed to be shiny. Here we go. We got another toll booth coming up. If you're wondering what we're hauling, it is a pressure tank. See right there, and we're gonna get $56,000 for it. You like to have your shoes clean? Do you make them shiny though? You know, like where they reflect back, kind of thing. That seems to be an army only thing to me. I don't think I've ever seen a person in real life with really shiny shoes. I guess maybe some business shoes could be that shiny, but don't see it too commonly these days. Danielle, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. There we go. Back up to 90. We're cruising. Motor in. Now this is a nice game where you could kind of see the chat, which is nice. So if anybody has any questions or wants to say where they're from or whatever, it's awesome if you do. Totally great. I don't mind chatting with people. It's always fun to hear where people are from and, you know, stuff like that. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be appreciated. And of course, if you can, I would appreciate it if you like. If you want to share the stream with a friend, you could tag them, or you could hit that share button and share it to your feed or something. That stuff all helps get the word out for me. And, you know, of course, the more people, the merrier. The Facebook likes that, don't they, God? Embarrass you if you have dirty shoes. Well, yeah, you don't want to have dirty shoes. But, I mean, you know, I just don't see it as that common, at least around here, to people have like super shiny shoes. But I guess it depends on the type of shoe that you wear. You know, because most people around here wear runners and stuff like that. You know, it's more of a dress shoe that might be shinier. You know, like special events. You know, if I was going to the streaming awards or something like that, I'd probably wear a leather shoe that's more shiny, right? Although I don't know if I'd do a cadet kind of polish to it. Just as long as it's clean is the main thing, right? Alright, looks like we gotta go over here. And then we're gonna do a loop onto that bridge. There we go. Hey Ram, thank you for liking, much appreciated. right, you guys. We are 543 kilometers away. Clean is good, no need to be shiny. That's right. There's Hosehead the bot. Now you know what Hosehead has got. DB lingo, you know, when you pick up the radio if you're a trucker. You know, they'll say certain things over the radio. So these different sayings, they'll say, you know, a chicken truck, for example, is like a, you know, I think it's a truck with a lot of options and bells and whistles kind of deal. Like the truck that I'm driving would probably be called a chicken truck, as far as I understand. A diesel bear would be referring to a police officer that is specialized in, you know, going after trucks, like semi-trucks like this. You voted for 10-4, Roger. See, 10-4. Good buddy. Roger, Roger. Remember them saying that in Star Wars? Just acknowledgement. Catch you on the flop is, or flip flop is talking about getting you on the return trip kind of deal. 10-4, a lot of, there's different codes that they use, like 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, 10-4. So it's just a code on the radio that they use. I don't think it's a timestamp, no. It's just ways of saying different things, I think. So if somebody knows all the codes, like Ronica, she probably says some of those on the radio, I bet. You know, because she drives truck, you know? So she might have to acknowledge somebody. She might, if Veronica is here, she might even be able to tell you what 10-4 and why they say that. I don't know. Or of course, there may be other truckers watching as well that may chime in. I'm not a trucker, so you know, a lot of my knowledge of it is from watching movies or things I've read. You know, like movies with trucking in it. I just like playing the game. I like the sim kind of games, man. Veronica, yeah, she said she's a trucker. So she drives truck around that area. Yeah, there's lady truckers. Alright, looks like we got I don't know if we gotta stay straight or what. I don't think it means for us to go over there. No, it doesn't, eh? Does have a little bit of trouble with that GPS figuring things out. You thought it'd be men only? Why? Women can drive cars? Cars and vehicles? Anybody can get a license. So you do the training and you go for the exam that you have to go for, the commercial driver's license. Then you qualify, right? And then, you know, they might work for somebody, or they might own their own business. Oh, we're truckers yawning here. In my game, if you notice, actually, I have a lot of lady truckers that I've hired. Like, men and women. Although it wouldn't surprise me if there's more men truckers overall, but I mean, you know, every field has potentially way more room for women. But definitely I am, in my game, I'm an equal opportunity employer. I just hire whoever looks like they'll be the best at the job. Oh crap, I just ran over something. And it's certainly not me, because I hit the cement barrier. Ice hockey too, yeah, ice hockey has women. Some really great players. There's even like a couple of, I think there's some women that coach in the NHL or have kind of coaching positions. Michael, thank you for liking, much appreciated. So they, you know, and there's some women in, I was watching a report that was saying, I can't remember what team it was, but the NFL has a female coach too. So American football, there's one lady that was a coach or on the coaching staff or something like that. So that's awesome. You know that my Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Canada, when he was picking his cabinet for the leader, you know, all the different positions, you know, they have cabinet ministers, and half of his cabinet were female at the time. I don't know if he's kept up that ratio, but at the time he had a lot of female cabinet ministers too. And they just had a thing too that I think they said that, like, Chrystia Freeland, she's the finance minister of Canada. She put out the Canadian budget the other day, and I think I recall them saying that it's the first budget created by a female in Canada, like for the Canadian budget. And the States, their vice president was the first female vice president, I believe. Because that was traditionally... Oh crap, is this somewhere I can rest? Oh, it is. Go in here and rest then, man. The guy's gonna fall asleep otherwise. Where's the rest stop? Over here, eh? Probably won't be able to get through that without cranking into something, but hopefully we can make it. We'll gas up over here. Some guys having a drink out there. You see that? Come on, give me the engine thing. There we go. Alright, we gotta get out here. Oops. Just that a bit. Oh, scared me. They even moved the mouse like I was scared. There we go, folks. We are back in effect here. Waving all over the place. Going 80 in a 60 zone. Let's slow that down a bit. The guys are blinking, they're flashing their lights at me because I have my brights on. So it's like they're like telling me to turn my lights down. We didn't get a ticket there. Phew. 344 kilometers to go though. We're almost getting there. Gonna be amazing. Amazing sauce. Weird. Oh crap. Why my steering wheel just suddenly dropped its force feedback a bit? That's weird. Just does that, I guess, eh? Gotta get a new steering wheel one day. Need to get about $500 to get a good 923 steering wheel. Things are wild priced, eh? One day, maybe, eh? Oh, I forgot about the songs in the background, Got. That's why. Thanks for reminding me. Let's turn them on. What do you want? Mudracker? Muckracker? There we go. Live PUBG, please. But I'm playing trucking right now. Oh crap. But this is close to PUBG. You got driving in PUBG. Justin, thank you for liking. Black Falcon, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I gave you a shout out earlier, Black Falcon. Did I play Mobile Legends? No, I haven't played that. Country music. I just downloaded a selection of random Facebook free music and that's what we got. I don't know if there's any country music in that or not. Probably not, but you never know. How's the game been? I got a $5,000 ticket for frickin' speeding. That was ridiculous. Zaldo Cochran, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. And Clyde as well. Much appreciated, everybody. Thank you so much. That was my biggest ticket so far, is $5,000. It's nice 10% of this load cost. But, you know, I saw I was trying to answer your driver question. And I sent it in Discord because for some reason it wouldn't let me type anymore. I got like a message saying I was chatting too much. But I don't know what's up with that. Might be because I'm chatting as my page, right? So maybe they only want you chatting so much. And you know, I had about 20 comments in a row without anybody else chatting. So maybe they don't like that. I don't know. I'm not the only one though, because Rich was telling me, you know, Rich is telling me he got a similar error. So it is kind of odd, but I mean, what can you do? They could probably put it there because they've been running into problems or something. First time I've seen it. How it goes, eh? What's your favorite CB lingo? Did you pick one? Keep on moving. What was for dinner, Falcon? Follow age. 5 days, awesome. Thank you for all them 5 days. And for Roger, God said he likes that one too. $280 days. Thank you for the 280 days. Make sure we watch that GPS. I try to keep the GPS somewhat open. I got a little bit of my name on top of it, but you know, at least you can kind of see the main statistics of it, and then there's another GPS beside it for the actual map. You haven't eaten life yet. I'm glad you didn't eat your life. Like, I like Life cereal. It's good. I haven't had it a long time, though. Mikey likes it. Did you know, Justin, that Gott recently watched Strange Brew? Recently. He said he liked it. He enjoyed it. So it's first movie I've recommended that he really enjoyed, I think. Oh, sorry guys. Smash that mic. There's a police car. Thank you, Kristen. Much appreciated. Yeah, I got a haircut. Or more than one. Was it a couple haircuts? Couple hairs cut. You know, you gotta hold your mask on while they do the sides. I went to the wrong place, actually. I just went to one of them chains, right? So I phoned in and I made an appointment. And then when I went to the wrong one because I thought it was one that was in one spot when it was like, you know, only a 2-minute drive away, but I actually went to the wrong one at first. So it's like when you have the same names, you just kind of mistake the location. Aston, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Jordan, thank you too. We are flying, dudes. I had chicken noodle soup and grilled cheese sandwich today for my dinner. Nothing beats a good old cup of Campbell's. Okay. I'd be a good spokesperson, wouldn't I? You know, bet you're craving the Campbell's and the grilled cheese sandwich now. Do you guys dip your grilled cheese sandwich in anything? Like some people like to dip it in tomato soup. Some people actually like it with ketchup as well. You know, or do you just like the grilled cheese sandwich plain? Sounds yummy. It was very good. It was with real cheese too. It wasn't that Kraft singles crap. Although I don't mind Kraft singles, it just isn't great for you. Guess that's Kraft is off the table for me, eh? For sponsorship. Called it crap. I like other Kraft products. Kraft dinner is good. Live FIFA 21, please. I thought you just wanted PUBG just now. Every game but the one I'm playing, eh? Although it's close. If you would have came yesterday, I would have been live NHL 21. FIFA 21's pretty cool, though. Are you a big FIFA fan there, Cochran? I guess you wouldn't really be asking for it if you weren't, eh? Here we go, folks. We're cruising. 143 kilometers to go. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be appreciated. We can also get in some likes if you guys want to hit that like button. It'd be awesome. Just because you get lots of reactions, and then the Facebook likes that. Old Mark Zuckerberg, maybe he'll show up, eh? That'd be cool. Can you imagine you're streaming on Facebook Live and the Zuck shows up? You'd be like, hey, I'm the Zuck. And we'd be like, no, we don't believe you. You go, no, really, I'm the Zuck? And then we don't believe you. Report his profile for being fake or something. Turns out he's the Zuck. He's like, yeah, I was on that stream last night. He puts it on his Twitter. Junior, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And then he'd be like, alright, I'm going to tweet that I'm watching you. We'll look at your Twitter. And then he'd be like, holy crap, it's the Zuck. Although I can't imagine he watches too much Facebook gaming because, you know, the politicians keep him constantly answering questions in Senate and stuff like that. So he's probably a busy man in that aspect. Maybe he gets the Zuck's assistant. Zuck gets his assistants to stop by. That'd be cool, eh? You know, you gotta wonder how much Facebooking he does, because you know he's the guy that made it. You know, after how many years of Facebooking? Probably like, what the heck? This doesn't even look anything like what I created. As you can imagine, Facebook has changed a lot over the years. As has, you know, the internet in general, you know. The, you know, there was a time where you just, you got mail. That's it. You talked on like some freaking text chat thing, you know, text chat board. Alan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I remember back in the day playing on BBSs, they were called. Bulletin board system. You know, you had to fax in a picture of your driver's license so they knew you're old enough to be on the adult board or whatever. And then you could play little mini games that were on there, text adventures, and stuff like that. Yeah, you couldn't use your phone at the same time as the web. This has got a big circle to go on to go to underneath the bridge, I guess we're on. We're almost there though, 53 kilometers. I wonder if that ever works. Like, you know, somebody comes into the chat and says, hey, play this game. I wonder if anybody actually changes. Because it's actually quite a bit of work to change the game, you know. You know, I gotta send all these text commands in to, you know, click here, click there, and actually stream a different game. It's you know, got a lot of work. Plus it's really bad on the algorithm. I guess some people change them around, but you know, then when your video is complete, you know, it'll say you're playing FIFA and it'll show the truck. Nobody wants to watch the video after, so it's probably better to end your video and then start a new one. That kind of deal. Alright, so here we are, we're turning right. Didn't take out the sign, that's a good thing. We're making a lot of money. I got a lot of drivers constantly pulling money in for me, so I'm really expanding the biz. We're weaving all over the place just because, you know, it's hard to drink your Canada Dry at the same time as driving. I should play FIFA sometime though, that'd be kind of fun. But you know, this is the game I've been enjoying right now, so I've been focused more on this one, and then when I need a break, maybe I'll try another one. You know, I might play a little bit of MLB tomorrow at some point. If I have time during the day, or I don't know if I'll do it in the evening or not. If not, we'll play it on sometime this week probably. Play a little bit more MLB. The Show! Because I had a good time trying that out the other day. Alright. We're almost there. I can see the thing on the radar here. Got quieted down. You still there, Got? What's the next movie you're gonna watch? Any plans? Hey, we've discovered Castle. We'll have to pull into a garage, eh? Get repairs. Oh crap. Just needed more repairs there. There's a garage nearby this one. A sleeping spot too. Oh, you're going back to Black Mirror? Yeah, you didn't mind Kingpin, right? You thought that one was okay too, right? Or not Kingpin, The Big Lebowski. Oh, 3 and 4 still? Did you watch the Christmas one? Because you started watching that one, didn't you? The Goons. Oh yeah, you watched The Goon. There we go. We gotta go over here. Now you've watched so many hockey movies. They know everything about hockey. Mr. Lebowski, I'm the dude. But who's gonna pay for my rug? That's right. I was got here was asking for recommendations on movies. I recommended Big Lebowski to him. Just a classic movie. And he recently watched Strange Brew as well. I hope I can go through this. Oh yeah, we should be able to. Where's the thing though? Oh, it's over there, okay. Yeah, oh, it's the opposite way than I was thinking. And the dude is actually based on a real man. Oh, is it? I don't know. I just thought it was a good show, so I thought it was entertaining. I might have known it was good or based on a real guy, but I'm not sure if I did. I know that there's a lot of movies like Boogie Nights is based off somebody. Well, that's not really related to that movie, but you know, nick that thing, aren't we? Oh no, good. Are gonna be too tight? Yeah, I don't think I can turn it on time. Gotta go a bit more forward. Bungani, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oops. The best thing would be to turn that way now. Almost there, eh? Favorite CB was Breaker Breaker 19. Any little piggies smoking bacon? Alright, so I gotta probably straighten out and bring her over that way now. Oh man. No, that other way. We used to say that if cops were pulling people over speeding. This is like a tough little spot because that one pole is right there. You want to just swing it right before that turn there. There we go. May got it this time. Whew, that was a tough one. I guess the only one that's really referring to police in this list that I have is the Diesel Bear one right now. Look at that. Excellent. Current job offers. Let's see if they have anything good. Yeah, forklifts, that's okay, but let's buy another garage though. Country do I not have yet? Nothing in Denmark. Or actually Copenhagen. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We don't have anything right here. Purchase that one. And we'll buy him a truck. And let's go recruit a driver. Hire driver. Look at Joseph, eh? Got this and that. Umberto. Philip looks like he means business. He looks like he's in a band. Mimi, Andre, Dirk, okay, he's got a toque. Julian, Ray, Emily can haul fragile, that's good. Cheap too. Cheap, like as in the price of the hauls, that is. Maximilian. Right, Emily Z. You're off to Denmark. I don't know where all these drivers come from, but we put them all over the world. Train them on long distance first. Then we switch to balance when their long distance is full. And the sooner you train them up, the sooner they're making the good money for you. Because the good money comes from experience. Jim, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, what do we got? Airmail. Natural rubber. Forklifts, oil filters. Why wouldn't airmail be like just flown to where it has to go? Because I mean, there's got to be a major airport over there, right? These are just like rush deliveries too. I know Italy sounds more interesting. Let's go to there. Hopefully it's not too far to pick up. 1 kilometer away, we can do that. We have to move it to go get it. It's over here, eh? Alright, you guys. We're going to go pick up the airmail and then drive it to its destination. We got to hurry. Go a little bit easier over the speed bump this time, so we, you know, it's a little easier on the old truck. Alright. We could take their cauliflower. But air mile needs to be transported. Just right here, eh? I don't know how to back up properly. On the wrong trailer. Oops. Oh, it works, I guess. We got 6,099 kilometers. Leftover beef stew. What did you have for dinner? I had chicken soup. And a grilled cheese sandwich. Oh crap, what's going on here? What am I hitting? What was that? Knocked out a pole or something. Bunch of damage. You got trailer damage out of that. I hit something good. You gonna have some grilled cheese sandwiches tomorrow? Nice. Do you like it with tomato soup or ketchup or anything like that? Or do you just like it normal, plain? Well, not normal, but I mean, just like without anything. And this flag is... Mohammed, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, we got places to be. We gotta get this air mile driven over. We go too slow with these important deliveries, they get mad. Maybe that just my hair feels different. Joining in. Oh crap. Light changed on me. What do you like putting in your beef stew? Are you gonna pair it with tomato soup? Nice. I like dipping it in tomato soup. Oops, sorry, banging the mic. Red light, red light. Yeah, I never really normally had it with grilled cheese with ketchup. But at one time when I was a kid, my friend invited me over for lunch, right? And his mom made grilled cheese sandwiches and she burnt the crap out of them. And he told me how he always has it with ketchup. And I thought it wasn't too bad with ketchup. So sometimes I'll have it with ketchup. But it was mostly because that guy's mom burning it really badly is probably why they had it with ketchup. My mom always made it pretty, you know, she did a usually pretty good job about not burning it. But even the not burned ones taste okay with ketchup to me. Maybe because I like ketchup. I don't know. Although I would go with, if I had tomato soup, I'd go with tomato soup first. Got the air mile on the way. Tomato soup's definitely first choice to dip in. Although I didn't use any ketchup today. I just had I dipped a little bit in my chicken soup. Alright, this is the confusing part. I think we gotta go this way. Tater tots on the side with some ketchup. You know what I like dipping in ketchup though? Is if I go to Wendy's, I will buy a Baconator and then I'll put a big splotch of ketchup on the side, you know, or whatever, on the box or in the box or whatever. And then I'll dip the Baconator in that. Because for some reason, I don't do that with other hamburgers, but the Baconator, to me, feels like it needs a lot of ketchup. Maybe it's because it's like almost like having a meatloaf kind of deal, right? You gotta have ketchup with your meatloaf. You like the Wendy's? Wendy's is good. They got their square hamburgers. Supposed to be always fresh. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but if they've ever been frozen or not, you know. Definitely Wendy's picked it up in the competition though. You know, you don't, back in the day it used to always be just Burger King and McDonald's. And then later it turned out to be Wendy's being the big competition now, you know. You don't really hear about Burger King too much in the advertising space, at least. But as far as goes, you do see a lot of Wendy's though. You know, Dave Thomas. I see a lot of A&W commercials too. You're thinking of their strawberry lemonade. I think I have had it once. Not very much though. Generally, I'll just get like Diet Coke or something like that from there. I don't know what it is. The Diet Coke somehow makes it feel like you're not being as worse with the fast food meal, but I mean, ultimately, the fast food meal isn't great for you. Might have to look into getting a Baconator in the near future, but the Baconator and fries combo, or maybe a poutine, you know, because they have the poutines at Wendy's here. We're like way over the speed limit. Hopefully the police doesn't see us. The groovy music, eh? Coke Zero and Diet Coke is awesome. Do you know Dr. Pepper came out with zero sugar? No, I didn't know that. Although I noticed if you ever go to fast food joints, darned if you can get anything other than, you know, Diet Coke. There's no diet choices at hardly any places. You can get a diet root beer at A&W, but mind you, if you go to Walmart even, Walmart doesn't have a ton of diet drinks even. Or at least around here they don't. It's done. Done. Oh, better not hit him. There we go. I like Coke Zero better than Diet Coke though. Come on, dude, so I don't hit this guy. Of course this guy passes me and then he slows down. What's up with that? Oh crap, I almost got the rail. Alright guys, we're 900 kilometers away. Passing the wind turbines. Gonna pass this car again. Oh, maybe we're not. He's gonna speed up. I don't know why they like doing that. They like speeding up, don't they? Am I clear there? I'll go over here. Like a turn coming up. Oh, no, not quite there. Turn's coming up still, but not there. Or maybe it's just following the road. I don't know. Seems like it's just following the road. We're getting places. Gotta switch to my water here. Man, these are always hard to open. First. There we go. You gotta drink lots of water, folks. Oh, that was a little bit plasticky, that first swig. Whoa. Feels like a road trip. The quality, you still can't get over. Yeah, they've done a good job with it, eh? And having a wheel on there, that makes it kind of awesome. I keep dragging my mic a bit. Hopefully I didn't make a noise there on it. Hydrate, hydrate. That's right, Axeming. You and your little maple leaf picture. You have to do the hydrate channel points thing, but you don't have channel points in Facebook, so you're safe. You know, almost like you're the passenger, except you're sitting on the hood, looking in. Well, no, I guess depends on where. If you look at the camera, you're kind of sitting on the hood. You could be sitting in the back seat, and then you know, like the camera is like looking in the mirror. You know how you can see the driver from the mirror, and then you know you're seeing the road from the passenger view. There we go, folks. We're going. We are going crazy with driving. Going all the way. Deliver the airmail. Which you'd think would be delivered by a plane, but instead it's driven by a really fast truck. Hope you see, yeah, no doubt, eh? We're getting pretty. Our character's getting tired. But, you know, it's red now. The bed's red. Oh, crap. How'd that happen? The crap. The guy wasn't even in my lane. We're up to 11% damage. We're going to get stung on the delivery. We're going to get penalized, unfortunately. But I feel like I was in my lane. He must have swerved into me or something. Those guys, eh? They're NPC drivers. Going a crazies. Still got 12 hours of driving to go too. Let's pick her up a bit. 12 hours game time, that is, not real time. I won't be sitting here till 8 a.m. or whatever. If we speed up here, we have less chance to get a ticket. Maybe one. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. We see a cop, we see a cop. But, you know, we'll get tickets for being tired as well. Oh, there's our $400 ticket. For speeding. I wonder if he'll give us another one if we keep chasing him. What did you pick for your favorite CB, guys? CB calls on the poll today. Still not by a rest stop. We gotta keep going. Whenever you're tired, that's when the least show up. You picked 10-4. Nice. That one's the most popular one so far. Oops, I accidentally tagged into him. Nice, 10-4 as well. Looks like they all have votes now, though. Alright, we got like a sign here. What's the sign say? Cruise 1,000 meters. Man, we're gonna fall asleep on the road here. I have to go to the map view for a second. Any of these rest stops nearby or what? We're going way down there. Well, I guess that's how it goes, eh? Hopefully we don't fall asleep before then. Might get close though. At least we'll be within driving distance of one sleep then. My guy's having trouble keeping his eyes open. You think these would be 90 here, eh? That's like itchy nose and sneeze. Where that cop was really speeding along, eh? Alright. We got a turn up here. I think. Thank you for following, much appreciated. I think it was just up here around the corner. Next rest stop. Then we will be able to rest. Probably get about 2 or 3 sleep tickets. We're like speeding. $400 ticket speeding. This isn't as bad as that $5,000 ticket earlier. You know, it feels like all these cars are going significantly faster than me. Getting tired. Hopefully we don't fall asleep and find up on the other side of this bridge. Bigger rush load too, you know. We don't want to spend time. 500 meters to a rest stop though. Last thing we need to do is flip. We'll skip gassing up. Really? Did that guy take the only like sleeping spot? Oh no, there's some right here. Oh, there's a sleeping violation. 10 seconds before I go to pull in to sleep. What a rip. Sure they appreciate me blocking the lane, eh? Saba, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, we're back in effect. We are cruising. We go to speed limit now. 8 hours and 49 minutes, so that should be okay. We can do it on one shift. We'll try to minimize the tickets for the rest of the trip. We'll probably get docked a bit for damage to the trailer. But other than that, we should be okay. So Kristen, do you have a favorite Starbucks drink you like to get? I like the Frappuccinos myself. They are good. Most drinks at Starbucks are pretty tasty though. They know how to use their sugars. If you ever get a Frappuccino, you get the Java chip Frappuccino. Got a couple pumps of peppermint put into it. It tastes like them After Eight mints. Read that on the internet somewhere and then I tried it. They were right, it did taste like After Eight mints. Alright, we're making it though. We got 526 kilometers to go. Cruising good time, man. Driving the Scania truck. It doesn't get better than this, you know. Look at this tunnel. Elon Musk would be proud. You know, because he bores tunnels with his boring machines. The road is, you know, I like that the road isn't blemish free too, you know. There's spots on it. So it makes it look more realistic, you know. As far as it goes, a lot of these roads, you know, have little markings and stuff like that that, you know, would be like in real life. Guess we gotta slow her down a bit. Holy crumb, man. We got a toll booth coming up too, eh? Guess the guy didn't like me coming up to him. He was breaking it. $23. Kinda sucks. You gotta pay $23. Alright, you guys, here we go. Lots of tunnels here, eh? Holy crap. There's a house on the hill over there on the other side of the river or lake. Oh, we gotta get to the other side here. Go straight. Got some good hauling going here, eh? Ain't good time. I don't know why I wanted me to go the right lane. Oh, here we go. We gotta make a right turn. 408 kilometers, we're closing in. We're lucky. I was gonna get nailed there. That was kind of a rough turn. Oops. Alright guys, here we are, the most lit tunnel ever. Look at this thing. Got lights. Probably got cameras, it's probably got action. Very well lit highway in general, actually. Ryan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, guys, we're cruising again. That toll is paid. We're moving. Randy, thank you for liking. Hope your weekend is going well. A little bit fast here. We're speeding along. So be careful. No tickets, please. Use the cruise control. Did you see? I don't know, Randy, if you saw, but SnowRunner's on the Switch coming up now, or maybe it's already on there now. I saw they announced something to do with the Switch. That game is doing well. Good for them. Alright guys, we're making her. You know, it'd be kind of nice on the Switch because then you can play it portable, you know? Granted, I don't ever play my Switch portable. But, you know, it'd be handy. Going somewhere where you want to play it portable, I guess. I'm just waiting. There'll be a day, I would bet. There'll be a day in the near future where, you know, Xbox Game Pass is going to be on Switch too or something. In some fashion. It wouldn't surprise me in the least, anyway. Because it just lends itself well, you know, you play portable. You always dock and then play on the big screen. Yeah, mine's on a dock too. Although I don't play it too much. If I play console, it tends to be Xbox most of the time. You know, that Zelda game looked really good. Breath of the Wild, I think it's called. If you look at my background, you can probably see a Wii U controller. That doesn't do much. Because I haven't played Wii U in a long time. But I did enjoy some games on it, of course. The problem, you know, when you have multiple consoles, you tend to focus on one or two anyway. Joshua, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Oh, I've been tending to play Xbox the most. Although with this truck simulator game, I've been getting into PC by playing the truck game. I don't much play much other games on the PC, but whoa, I'm going over there. But this is a fun game. Once I, you know, decide I want to try something else for a bit, I'll play something else for a bit. I might play some baseball here and there, of course, mix it into the schedule, pepper it in. I think on Facebook, you know, it's nice game to play this one because you could talk while you play it for this one. Play my Xbox One more than anything than your Oculus Quest 2. Nice. If you ever get yourself a series, you know, Xbox Series S or Xbox Series X, you're gonna notice a huge loading speed improvement. That was the craziest thing I noticed going to the series consoles from the Xbox One. It also enhances a lot of games too. The list is getting longer of games it enhances. But if you have the 4K, go with the Series X. If you don't have 4K, go with Series S. What's up? Thank you for the stars for star. Thank you, Abed. Thank you so much. From Brunei. Did I say that right? Can you use the sim to help you with a driving test? I mean, it tickets you if you do speed violations and stuff. So I suppose, you know, some of the laws of the road might apply. But I don't know if it's, you know, the best thing out there because you know, there might be other things that might be in there. I pronounced your name correctly. Nice. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? And more stars for star. Thank you so much. But yeah, the
you pronounced my name correctly.
Oh, there you go. You must have bid high enough. Did high enough stars that it talked it out loud. It has to hit a certain minimum. So it must be the 100 is the minimum, I guess. There you go, eh? Why is it so hard to get a PlayStation 5? It's hard to get all of them. It's just because there's, you know, the supply lines due to COVID really restricted how many they could make, and lots of people want them. So, you know, like when I ordered the Series X, I mean, I had to be fast, and I was refreshing a lot and, you know, trying different websites at the time, and then managed to secure one. But I mean, it's the same thing for the PlayStation. It was like all the sites were broken. But we got more stars for star. You hope you can travel to Canada at least once. Well, hopefully, because Canada's
Love the energy,
a nice place.
Hope that I can travel to Canada at least once.
Yeah, definitely Canada's a nice place to tour because, you know, it's a country with a lot of different things. Plus, yeah, that's true, Joshua. They also had a little bit of problem with scalpers buying up the inventory too. There's supposedly some Facebook group that, you know, bought, you know, a good portion of the stock, you know, to resell them. Have a good night, Axmang. Thank you for coming by. Hope you have yourself a great sleep. You're going to bed to midnight Axmang time. But yeah, don't pay $1,000 for a PlayStation. They'll be out soon enough, you know. Just keep an eye, you know, follow, you know, a couple of places like The Source, Best Buy. You know, follow the Twitters of those, because they'll announce EB Games / GameStop, because they'll say there'll be a 2-hour online sale and you can order one. The only thing you know about Canada is Vanoss. I'm not familiar with Vanoss, but you know about this. You know, recall Star Gaming. The because I'm from British Columbia, Canada. There's lots of Canadianisms that happen here, eh? But even my truck, you know. Oh, we gotta make sure we're. Give me the camera. Where is it? No side view or what? Go here then. Look at that hockey player. There were bots processing faster than human. That's right. They're trying to rip people off, you know. You know, and these places don't do much about it either. But you know, there's spurts of pockets of orders coming in. What are you most interested in playing on the PlayStation, Joshua? I think if I get a PlayStation 5, I think I'll jump into their back library and play Days Gone sometime. Maybe Spider-Man. Those look pretty interesting to me. It's too bad they don't have an equivalent service to Game Pass, because boy oh boy, man. On Xbox, that Game Pass really is good, because for example, that PlayStation game MLB The Show was on Game Pass. Oh, you did order one, eh? Huh, you'd think they'd be able to straighten that one out. What chain did you order it from? You want to play GTA 5 Remastered? Oh, okay. You know, if you go get yourself an Xbox Series X, or Series S if you don't have 4K, then I think GTA 5 is on the Game Pass now. You don't even have to buy it. But if you're only interested in certain PlayStation exclusives, that won't help you. But the Game Pass though is killer, man. I tell ya. Cost of a game, and then you got months of hundreds of games. Plus, if you ever get any old games too, they're backwards compatible. I get both. When I buy the systems, I tend to buy both systems, you know, PlayStation and Xbox, but Xbox definitely is a little more friendly in the back compatibility department. You should probably complain to Amazon though, because they should have got it to you by now. That's kind of a mess up. Uh-oh, what's going on here? You guys messing us up. We're almost at the destination, so of course they stick a fire truck in our way. Can I get past that? I don't know if I can fit. Maybe. A real tight squeeze, but... Oh! We did smack him. Oh, he spoke to a sales rep? Yeah, I can imagine their servers were overwhelmed by bots. That's a crazy amount of scalpers. Trying to make a buck, eh? I even heard there's like people robbing each other. You know, they pretend to have a PlayStation and, you know, they'd get somebody to bring $1,000 somewhere and then, you know, meet them somewhere and then they'd rob them. Or vice versa. Sometimes they would get a guy with a PlayStation and rob them, you know. Like all sorts of problems. You think that they would maybe try to crack down on that more because it's kind of unsafe when that stuff happens. Like a good concert too, you know. When they're, well, right now there's not much for concerts, but when there's a good concert, you know, people wind up buying tickets just to sell them. You cried? Well, I mean, you know, ultimately, the first while of a new generation doesn't have really the super titles out yet anyway. Because you could still play, you know, a good version of Grand Theft Auto on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One. I saw the Xbox also, for you guys that are on Xbox, they withdrew that requirement for the free games of needing Xbox Live. So you can play Fortnite and Apex and stuff like that on Xbox without needing a gold membership anymore. That was good news for those interested in those. Glad you didn't buy in a sense, because yeah, that's what I mean. There is just the titles, takes them a bit of time to catch up, you know. Like, I'm sure they're gonna release some great titles, but it just takes some time to get to it. Right now the best one is Miles Morales. You wanted to buy it for backwards? Yeah, but isn't their backwards compatible kind of not great? There's even talk that they're going to close the stores down, but people screamed about it. Of the back library. Xbox is really good for backwards compatibility, though. They're undisputed at it. You don't get those games like that are PlayStation exclusive, though. But for the third-party stuff, most of that stuff's there. So in the end, the best console to get is both of them. So you got all the ground covered. Because then what you could do is you could play. If say you got the Series X, you can play as much as you want through the Game Pass, and then and then, you know, grab your Xbox exclusives as well via the Game Pass. You're not paying an extra $80 a game. And then you buy the PlayStation, or then you play the PlayStation exclusives on PlayStation. And because the Series X is actually a little more powerful hardware-wise, you know, if a game's like super good that you're super into, if it's on both, then you might go on that more powerful machine. Probably shouldn't stop on the railroad track, eh? Or, you know, you go PC if you have the money for PC. That's another option. Most things are on both, and you also have Game Pass on PC. So, and then a lot of PlayStation games are on PC this go around. You laugh because you remembered an Xbox 360 had the red light defect that people were sharpening and spending the overnight to get the console, and serious malfunction. Yeah, that's one thing. Although, you know, with the things, sometimes with getting the new stuff, sometimes there's problems when it first starts. Although technically these days, for both the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series, they're so close to PCs now. It's like basically, you know, just really a customized PC in many ways. So I think it's safer, but it's always that problem, you know? Oh, crap. We want to go... No, I want to go the other way. Not a fan? No. I like them both. I think there's advantages to having both, though. You wish you could find a PS5 in stock? There's not very many in stock, is there? Man, how do we get this thing straight here? Yeah, don't buy from the scalpers though, because they're ridiculous. Because you don't want to encourage that stuff, because then next generation will be even worse. All private sales, not worth it. If you wait you wait till COVID like slows down a bit, you're gonna find that they'll be all over the place, and then these scalpers will be selling them for dirt cheap because they want to get rid of them at that point. Oh, I didn't get dinged for damage. Nice. Excellent. Vaccines. Oh, look at that big $100,000 run. How far is it? We will do that. Vaccines are the money makers in this. If they're selling it for just a little bit above what they paid, it's probably just somebody that's didn't buy it for the purpose of making killer profit. Some people, I bet you those guys that are, a lot of them that are selling it for double, triple the price, probably never even intended to play them. You know, if somebody's selling it for a little bit above the price, they might have just realized that they wanted an Xbox instead, or something like that, you know. Or they realized that the game's gonna be better on whatever, on the Xbox system kind of thing. Or they got a PC or whatever, right? So just make sure you don't get robbed. Bring someone with you. There we go. We're transporting the medical vaccines. They pay $60 a kilometer. I'll take that. Big trip, though. We're going to be at it for a while. If I see a garage, I might have to pull into the garage, too, and get my vehicle repaired. There's some people that'll even sell on eBay. They'll put it in really small lettering that it's the box, and they're ripping people off with that, you know. Be sure to grab my vaccine on the way. I got a truck full of them. Meet you in Europe here. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting. I'm kind of watching. I got like, you know how they have the Superstore? Well, you might not know, but in Canada... Oh, crap. That guy nailed me. Oh, 16% damage on my trailer, too. That sucks. In Superstore... Oh, I gotta get repairs badly now. They have these points that you get for shopping there, and I got some points saved up, so if Shoppers Drug Mart has them sometime, then I'll go to Shoppers Drug Mart and buy a PlayStation there when they have them. And then I'll get a discount, because I'll use the points. Where's the cops? I don't know. Karen, thank you for liking. That sucks that I'll probably get a damage penalty from this now too, because I got nailed me so hard. You saw cops transporting trucks with the COVID vaccine? Oh, really? So like they're escorting them kind of thing? Is there a garage in this town right here? No garage there. There's a garage there. We'll add that to our route. Like the armed forces, nice. They gotta make sure it's safe, you know. Don't want somebody grabbing them on them. People do all sorts of cheap things to get ahead, you know. You know, there was this couple in British Columbia. The guy was a CEO of some casino chain. So he's making, you know, over $100,000 a year. And he wanted the vaccine so bad that he flew him and his wife up north somewhere. Then they took another plane to this place, like some small town up north. And then they pretended to be hotel employees for the local hotel there to get the shot. So they got a shot of Pfizer or whatever, you know, and then they, as soon as they got the shot, they were asking the health nurse that if they can get a ride to the airport. Hey Mike, what's my setup? I'm running an Alienware computer with a 3090 in it. i9, pretty decent computer, does the job. But anyway, they caught these guys. The guy got fired from his job, you know, because it's all over the news. And you know, he had put a whole community at risk there, you know, because they don't really have, up north, they don't really have, you know, a lot of medical facilities, you know. So by him flying two planes, you know, there's a chance they might get COVID from and be a carrier from somewhere of where he came from, as well as the flight. And then he brings it into this small community. So he's just, you know, putting the community at risk. So it's like, so he got a fine and he's got to go to court or something. So if you think about it, that's kind of really kind of brutal. How do you deal with putting you down? No, I think you just get used to it. You gotta have a thick skin. You got you running a 3070. Graphics aren't as nice. Yeah, I don't know. I just have it all turned up, I guess, but 3070 should be able to run it. Run it at full, I would imagine. It might be, some of it might be just the settings that I'm running at with you know, because I think it's like 6,000 bit rate and 1080p. So I think that could make a difference too. Because it's a higher bit rate, and you know, partners can have 1080p. So I just ran at the max I could run at. But yeah, though, there's people that are all sorts of rude sometimes. I think I gotta go around here. Not very often, you know, because your name is kind of right there, right? But once in a while, somebody might come in and say something. Something inappropriate. It's more, sometimes they give us a free ad as a partner, and then you wind up on people's feeds. And, oh, 20,000 bucks in damage, eh? People are way more rude on that. If you ever go on my Discord, right behind me. I have some comments from people. Like, I just take a screen capture and put some of the comments in there. Oh crap. Put my own trailer in the way. Maybe I should switch views. We'll just sleep and put everything right in the way, eh? I first saw on Facebook ad, and people were super negative with your post. Oh, there you go. Well, thank you for being here. And stuff, yeah. But there's always some people that are kind of bad on that. You have haters on your Facebook. Yeah. I mean, anytime you got any sort of public thing, I mean, there's always somebody that's gonna be kind of rude on the internet, because it's the internet, right? People don't have a very good filter. You know, really, it's still a person on the other end. You know, there's no reason to really say something really rude to anybody. I mean, there's gonna be people that do that in person too, but I mean, for the most part, people are more contained in person, but on the internet, they kind of get a little dumb sometimes, you might say. But I don't know, I can't worry about it too much. Most likely, if they're lashing out at somebody on the internet like that, they probably got problems anyway, you know? Something's going on at home, or something that that they're kind of compensating for, or whatever. I would think that yeah, they don't know me or anything. They don't know what's going on with me. So, they don't know what kind of impact they may be having either, right? And people don't think about that stuff. And that goes for anybody too. I mean, it doesn't matter how popular they are. You don't want to say mean stuff to people. Like, who knows what they're going through, right? Like Robin Williams, for example, everybody figured that he was, fine, and then all of a sudden he was gone. Because, he had all sorts of, there's some stuff going on in his life that he didn't handle. I know I certainly wouldn't want to be the dude on Twitter that said something rude to him right before. I mean, that probably wouldn't have triggered him, but you know, it's just bad karma. You don't want to be saying bad stuff to people. But you know, I don't know. It's how it is. He's probably heard it a million times as well, of people saying rude things to him. And I've heard plenty over the years of people saying mean things too. But you know, I go on the philosophy that you don't really want to. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say it at all. Kind of deal. Some people probably, Joshua too, some people are probably angry that they're a streamer and then they see somebody else you know, maybe succeeding where they aren't, and they think that they think they're better than that person. But I mean, you know, there's some of that. There's a little bit of jealousy out there sometimes. You know, because some people, you know, see I'm a partner and then they're like, well, if he's a partner, why am I not a partner? But really, I mean, there's going to be different reasons they choose different people. So, I mean, you know, you got to really focus on yourself. You know, if you're trying to grow your stream and stuff like that, then, you know, just try to watch your own stream and see what you can do better and improve it, and then hopefully, you know, one day you'll get that partnership. You know, you got death threats for a game. Uh-oh. Why you came off YouTube? Only have like 5,000 subs. Oh, there you go. I'm trying to build up a YouTube. You got any good tips, you feel free to send them my way as far as the best thing I could do to build it, because boy, oh boy, that's a hard thing to build. I think I'm like 2 away from 100 followers on, or subscribers on YouTube. So if you have any tips, you feel free to share them with me. Awesome, thank you for following, much appreciated. Tone earlier. Recon, thank you for liking. Much appreciated, you guys. Thank you. Nice to see you, Recon. Good. This Recon is the Rocket League. He's one of the Rocket League stars of Facebook, you know. Him and Firedevil, you know, I see them playing that Rocket League all the time. They're pretty good at it. Quality of video is important. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. I don't know if you've ever watched my YouTube. It's !YouTube if you want to check out my YouTube. It's mostly clips. Like, I started with full archiving is what the original intention was. And then I've been making clips of my Facebook stream, just something that I thought was interesting. You know, and I don't know. It's a slow go, that's for sure. Hard to get 10k subs. I'd like to get 2,000 is ideal, because then that's when you can start, you know, kind of have that YouTube partnership and stuff. Took a year. Oh, nice. But I'm not really sure. You know, it's kind of like slowly growing. I'm probably going to get 2,000. You know, it'll take me like 6 or 7 years probably. But, you know, I guess whatever. I've worked on the thumbnails. I think that helped a little bit. Keywording. that kind of stuff. But some of it's maybe it's just, you know, it's hard to hit that thing that people are super interested in. Maybe. Bruno, thank you for liking, much appreciated. You gotta mix it up. Yeah, mostly I've been working on just like clips of whatever I'm doing, right? So if there's something interesting I ran into during my trucking stream of the day, I put that on. You know, if I play a different game, I put clips of whatever. Thank you for liking, Joshua. You know, I got the hockey highlights from yesterday ready. I'll make that public after this stream. A little bit behind. Normally I put it up in the earlier. So a little bit of everything, but it is obviously focused on you know, the stuff that I'm actually recording, right? You know what got a lot of views was there's an indie game I played called Donut Country, and it was like an achievements, you know, kind of showing a few of the different achievements, and that one seemed to get a lot of views. Although I beat that game, I got all the achievements in it, so you know, I'm not going to be really revisiting that one. I just kind of, whatever I'm playing at the time, I make a clip of, right? You learn as you go, you know that's how it goes, I guess. The video quality is the same as the stream here. I record in 1080p while I'm streaming, and then I just grab a section. Sometimes I chop it up, sometimes it's like a continuous section. Nothing beats though, you know, when you're clipping a video for ages and then the stupid video program crashes. That's pretty awesome when that happens, I tell ya. It's like, oh. Most of the time it kind of saves a little bit as you go. Most of the time it's not too bad. You could just say yes to restore it. But type of person you like to support others because it's hard work to set up stream, nice background, expensive setup. I've been there, so I feel good when someone's trying to make it. Oh, nice. And it's funny, you know, you gotta be so careful with the music there on YouTube as well. But yeah, if you ever want to see what I was like streaming when I first started streaming, you know, back, and I mean wait, you know, a couple of years ago, I have all my mixer streams on there. I had kept an archive, you know, the whole time. I downloaded every mixer video right after, and then I put them on there. There's a couple missing because Mixer didn't save it or something, but for the most part, almost every Mixer stream's on there. My Twitch streams. There's a Twitch stream of when I even experimented with the idea of streaming. Like way back, I played some Telltale game, and it was you know, I didn't even talk on that one. No camera, no talking. It's just a clip I found on my hard drive, so I was like, oh, I'll put that up. But it's kind of funny looking back, because the archive purpose was more for me to look back on the progress I've made. Like, there's definitely, I could talk more now than I did when I started. You know, like, it's really interesting just to see the difference, you know, because you develop as you go. Kidda, thank you for following, much appreciated. But because of Facebook's contract, they actually, I'm not allowed to put a full video on YouTube. I can only put a portion, like a clip. So you know, but Facebook saves the full stream. So I just kind of, I still make it like with a reference. Justin, hello to you, and thank you for liking. So I make a reference. You know, I put the video clip in, and then I reference the stream. You know, so that it is technically an archive in a way, but it's, you know, it's more of an entertaining clip combined with a link over to the real one, or the full one rather. If I ever got striked for no reason? No, I don't think so. I think, like, I mean, I don't have enough subscribers on YouTube to thank you, Idimling, for I'm doing good, thank you, Justin. I don't have enough subscribers for on YouTube to worry about the strikes. They're not really strikes, they're more music claims, so the advertising gets claimed over there. Linz, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Walter, thank you for liking. So I mean, there's ones that are claimed, but you know, the advertising revenue is claimed, but I don't have enough viewers or subscribers rather on YouTube to be to worry about the revenue claim. Sherifful, thank you for following, much appreciated. What happened on YouTube? Oh, we're just talking about Josh was asking me about if I've ever got a copyright claim. The one video that was annoying though is I did a Rock Band stream, and you know, because Twitch erases them after, or not erases them, makes them invisible after a certain amount of time, and on YouTube it blanked out 3/4 of the video and basically made it unviewable to anywhere. So it's like, as an archive purpose, it's basically I'm the only one that could see that one. I've chopped out a part of a video here and there of full stream videos that had something that got claimed to where it won't show it at all. Keshawa, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But yeah, it's frustrating when they claim it and they don't let you distill. Like, if they claim the, you know, the ad revenue, it's fine because I don't make ad revenue. But it's like when they claim it and then don't allow you to display it, that's when it's kind of annoying to me. And I've only gotten a couple videos. There was a Call of Duty video that got weirdly claimed. I didn't like that. Sarah Vannon, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But I haven't really had where they've claimed off videos, like where it seemed like it was not relevant. Aren't you only allowed to post part of a stream and not the full? That's right. Yeah, that's why if you watch my YouTube video, it's just like a clip. So it's like a highlight clip, you know, 10 minutes long. Most of the time it's not too, you know, 10, 15 minutes long or shorter. And then it has the reference to my actual video that the full VOD. So I just clip something that's interesting, usually, and then I'll put a video on YouTube of that. Just as a cross promotion thing, as well as a way for me to archive when videos were, kind of thing. As well as grow the YouTube, because if it's interesting to somebody, then that's awesome, right? But if you look on my YouTube, Walter, there are full VODs of when I was a Mixer streamer, like my entire Mixer streams, and full VODs of my Twitch streams. Have I fallen asleep on this game? Yeah, that's the character has fallen asleep once in a while. Most of the time I get them in on time. On American Truck I've fallen asleep more because it seems to hit you faster. You like Facebook because they have copyright music and don't care about it. Yeah, it's still tricky to play copyright music though. That's the only thing. So, as far as it goes, I don't play copyright music unless it's part of the game. And I've gotten stung for a song in NHL, for example. So I wind up playing the generic soundtrack or things like that. Like when I played Cyberpunk, changed the generic soundtrack. When I played MLB, the first thing I did is turn down the music. Off. This music in this game here is Facebook, the free Facebook music, like from the Facebook library. And although I can play music, the couple times I've had it, it's basically I've found songs that are no good, and then it winds up limiting your reach. Nick, thank you for following, much appreciated. So it's like, a lot of songs are okay, but it's hard to know what songs are okay. It's really trial and error. So I guess once you find out that, that a song's good, then you're okay usually. But there's times where, it might be good and then later it's not good because music contracts are so complicated. I don't enjoy that part. Although it's nice that you can. It's just you gotta be careful. It's not like or it doesn't seem like it's like on Twitch where they suddenly wipe somebody out for something that's 2 years old though, which is nice. I've seen that. When they did that, it was like crazy. Everybody was scrambling because they're running things through VODs, and people with massive amounts of followers were getting banned, that kind of stuff. Kind of wild when that stuff happens, But yeah, definitely you're not as worried. Because most of the time you can just restart the stream anyway. Yeah, you still gotta be careful with music, unfortunately. You'd think. If I was a record executive, like a label executive, you'd think they'd realize that maybe some of the music that's just not selling as good anymore. If they put a list on the internet somewhere and says, yeah, you can play music by this artist from this album, and that album, then it would actually get a little bit sales uptick on some of that music if people are regularly hearing them. Maybe it's a song they weren't into before, and they hear it on a stream somewhere, And maybe they might wind up buying, you know, some of those deader songs and revitalizing them by letting streamers actually use them. You don't like Fire or PUBG because it's pay to win? Yeah, I don't play a ton of Battle Royale, but I can imagine that. That's basically TikTok strategy. Yeah, but TikTok will get busted eventually, I think. You know, the record companies will crack down on them. You know, I posted a TikTok video onto Instagram. It got shut down right away, like, because of music. Or no, it wasn't a TikTok. It was that one where it was like an AI program where it made you sing. Also, hi. So it's like it was some sort of AI thing. You just put a photo on there, and then it added the lips and the motions and stuff to a song. So it was like I put a thing on Instagram of that one, and one survived and one didn't. You cried when Battlefield for play for free got down? Oh, did it? I didn't even know. That's too bad though. How am I doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Got a haircut or two today. So, you know, I guess that's good. Hair's not dangling down into my eyes anymore. You spent coin. That hurt. Oh, really? That sucks. I guess that's the thing, you know. But, I mean, that's not that unusual if you think about it. You know, you can invest a lot of money into games with all this DLC and stuff, and then you never, you know, after a while you don't get, you know, you don't play the game anymore. Like, for example, NHL has those hockey card packs you can buy. You know, and I bought a couple here and there in the past, but you know, it was you know, something you're only good for that year. I don't tend to buy them just because they're expensive. You know, they're more than real cards. Looks good. I finally cut my hair after 6 months. Promised I'd cut it when my parents were vaccinated. Well, there you go. There's a strategy. Am I supposed to turn here? You never darn tell. Think it wants me to go over here? There we go. Facebook Mafia, why Zynga removed it. Mafia Wars is a throwback? I never played that Mafia Wars. Backway, thank you for following, much appreciated. Oh crap, speeding. Violation, where the heck's the cop? Oh, he's way over there. You know, they should be able to reach you instead of giving you a ticket when they're actually on a different road. We're delivering medical vaccines right now, Robert. If you look at my thing here, cargo is medical vaccines. Ellsborg. Where we're going with it. A good haul, $100,000 because it's $60 a kilometer. Farmville is so addicting. I never played that one. I was watching somebody play Farm Sim 19 though. That game looks pretty awesome. Although there's Farm Sim is coming out right away. Is this game sometimes boring? I mean, like any game, it is what you make of it, right? So, I mean, if you're into it, you're into it, right? Francis, thank you for liking and following. Much appreciated. So, for me, it's kind of nice. You know, it's kind of relaxing. You know, you kick back and you guys should go in here. You know, you kick back, you can chat at the same time. You know, it's like you're on a road trip with me, right? And then you know, you're checking out different places and seeing how it looks and stuff. So in that way, it's kind of cool. The future of trucking is probably people doing this game, but actual trucks moving. Future of trucking is full of self-drive, where the trucks doing all, or the trucks just driving. Hey, Katie Howard. You crash in this game, it's just a game. That's true. Yeah, you're not driving. You know, your life's not in danger. You wind up crashing. That guy, the NPC smokes me. It's not like a big fiery problem. Okay, where's our parking spot here? We gotta rest. Mine's a rest. We're almost asleep. But I mean, you know, if you find and no concussions and back problems, that's right. You know, just like any game, though. I mean, there's your formula, right? So, you know, it's repetitive. Yeah, but you got lots of different areas and sites to see. But then again, if you think of any game, you know, there's going to be a formula that they follow. You know, like many Ubisoft games are very similar, like, you know, Assassin's Creed has its hook, and, you know, Grand Theft Auto has its hook, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, really, the game for Grand Theft Auto isn't much different between, you know, the over the years. I mean, the first two are different because they're like different view and everything. But I mean, you know, you get the kind of the enjoyment of it. Minecraft is a perfect example of that. It can be so boring, or the most intense manhunt out there. Yeah, Minecraft is one of those games you make it what it is, right? So some people will, you know, they'll never get bored of it. And then others will find that, you know, they'll just do a certain thing with it and then they're done. You know, and I played many hours of Minecraft, and after a while I needed a break, and so, you know, probably sometime once they add a bunch of new stuff, I'll revisit it, you know. And I'm sure that'll be the same for this one too. You know, I'll have explored what I feel I needed to explore, take a break from it for a while, and I'm sure that this game, you know, they're supporting it so much. You know, they have Russia coming, they have on all these new expansions that, you know, maybe you might play something else for a while and then go back to it, right? And same with American Truck. They got Texas coming, and they got this. So they're supporting these games. Like, this game came out 9 years ago. And so it's kind of neat that way that you get to, you know, always get regular new content, you know? That's one thing they're doing with that No Man's Sky game, too. That's really long support now. Hassan, thank you for following. Much appreciated. New world height and new cave generation coming. Oh, nice. Yeah, I read a little bit about that. Wonder how that'll work with the current map, or do you have to basically keep going farther out until you find it or something again. Or just areas you haven't seen yet or something. That's the only thing I didn't like about some of those other updates is, you know, your world was your world. And you just had to keep going further and further out to discover that new stuff, you know? Tried filming an episode of Minecraft Let's Play. Hard to do. Y'all make it look easy. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to... Some of the things with... I don't know. Well, I guess with a Let's Play, you're not talking like you are on a stream, but... I don't know. I think it'd be really hard to succeed with a Let's Play right now. You know, from what I've watched, I think that you gotta have a hook on it. You know, something that makes it unique. Probably good to create a new world for the next season. Yeah. You know, like, Minecraft has an ultimately long life for people wanting to build the YouTube channels up or whatever, but I think that you got to do something different, you know? Become that content expert, because there's 8 zillion Minecraft Let's Play sites out there, so it might be challenging to bite into that pie. Come up with a unique approach. No duping allowed in the next season. Yeah, I mean, duping was kind of add some interest to it, but it's also takes away some interest too, right? I mean, ultimately, people do it even if it's not allowed. They're just a little bit quieter about doing it. The problem with rules like that too is then you got to enforce the darn things. Because they kind of do what they want when you're not looking. Oh, it's 80 here. We should be careful so we don't get a big old speeding ticket. We discovered the YouTube channel name I originally wanted is actually taken. Oh, really? Oh, crap. What the heck? Oh, there's a guy over there. By company in Saskatchewan. We are brainstorming for a new educational YouTube channel name. Oh. Well, there you go. Hopefully you find one. Man, these NPCs, they slam into you sometimes. Like, sometimes it's my fault, but sometimes it's not my fault. And then they still find me. You want a word that means BC and Alberta. I don't know. You have to look on the Wexit stuff. You know, they wanted the West all to join. Whatever they called it. Crow's Nest report continental news. Oh, really? I don't know. I don't know if you have to limit yourself to specifically that. You could just say Western Canada or something. Why does it have to be Alberta and BC? Cascadian buffaloes? There you go. That could be something. The icon, the logo, you got lots of potential. Oh, that's the area where you're focusing on for stories. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Logo design is hard too. Well, you could always come up with something and just go to Fiverr or something like that. You know, some people charge next to nothing for logos. By the way, if you're new, thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit that follow, that like, and if you can, you know, at somebody or share it, you know, that kind of stuff. Like is the most important. It gets the word out. You know, Facebook sees, oh, there's lots of likes. We should share this to more people. But if you can, you know, feel free to hit that follow button. It'd be super good. Awesome. You're going to sleep? Well, thank you for coming by, Joshua. Have a good yourself a good sleep. Hopefully you dream of being on the good road here. Crow's Nest kind of works because it's a highway that goes from Vancouver to Medicine Hat. Oh, okay. I guess that does, eh? I didn't realize it did. The Trans-Canada. Well, I think that goes all across Canada. It'd be nice if they had the Trans-Canada in this trucking game, eh? There is mod packs that have British Columbia in here. Hey, what's that town that's by Crow's Nest that they had that landslide? Is that Frank Slide? Trans-Canada is your favorite? Jake, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yeah, I remember that you should do a story about Frank Slide because I remember that being pretty interesting. You know, it's been a long time since I was ever there, but I remember it being really an interesting thing to see, and it kind of when I went there, and you know, you read all the history stuff there. I think a lot of people don't know about Frank Slide, you know. Pretty wild if you think about it, you know. There's like a bank underneath. The story on Frank Slide you want to do is about the 15 miners that dug out of the mine over 4 days. Oh, really, I didn't know about that. But yeah, if you think about it, there's a bank underneath that stuff. The whole vault. Did you see that? I can't remember what the movie's called now, but there's a preview of a movie coming soon that's about COVID-23, and they're in their 4th year of lockdown or something like that, and you know, it's made by the same people as The Purge. That movie looked like a pretty wild movie. I don't know how I related that with Frank Slide, but for a longer documentary on the decline of the coal industry, but long documentaries are expensive to produce and get not a ton of views. But well, it's not, it's not based on the current COVID. They call it COVID 23 in the movie, but in the preview. But it looked like, it was like a battle of these people trying to, if they come into contact with a person with the virus, they put them down, that kind of stuff. And that's been kind of a scary movie. Did I get the vaccine? No. I'm on like 100 lists though, so maybe someday one of them will call me. Got on all these pharmacies. You gotta call every pharmacy, and you gotta plus the BC one, the government one. Truckers in Manitoba can get it at the border. Oh really? Well, that's good, I guess, eh? We're going over here. Yeah, someday, sometime. They promised September is when they figured everybody who wants one in Canada should be able to get one. That's their goal, and they keep saying they're on pace for it. We're a little bit at the mercy of other countries because Canada doesn't produce them, but what do you want to do once it ends? I don't know. It'll probably be a while before it ends. Probably just open it up a little bit by little, I imagine. Oh, we better get over here. I'd like to eventually go to Disney World, because I was supposed to go to Disney World before, but gotta wait a few years because, who wants to go to Disney World when they're still all wearing masks and crap, You want it to be more normalish. Want to go to Alberta? You can. No, I've been in the hospitals. Yeah, we'll see. I wonder how long. It'll probably be September when everybody's vaccinated by, but I wonder when they'll actually start lifting all the stuff, Although they're talking about some easements on, but they keep saying that all the time, so we'll see. See what the numbers are like, I guess, is the main thing, right? A lot of people don't want to take it too, right? So you're still at risk, which is the bad part. Even if you are vaccinated, because there's that chance that you could still catch it if maybe it didn't work for you. Not sure how visits there will work now. No guest rooms. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess, eh? Have to take a hotel. I'm probably gonna wind up having to sleep just before the destination in this. Yeah, right now the restrictions I think are nothing outside the health region or something. At least, I think they're different in different provinces, of course. You're not sleeping in a tent? Well, there's got to be hotels or motels or something in the area that you could probably get pretty reasonably. Or you could always even look for, even the smallest towns have some sort of Airbnb or bed and breakfast, non-Airbnb, just even normal bed and breakfasts. So you could always look around to see See what's the cheapest that works for you. The tent would kind of suck, but you know, I'm sure there's something you could rent reasonably cheap. That'd be feel weird in such a rural area. You mean the tenting? If you're enjoying the music, it's the Facebook Free Music Library, by the way. I could play normal music, but then I have to watch my alerts to turn it off really quickly if I get an alert. And no way I want to do that. Gonna groove to it, you know. Did you answer the poll? What's your favorite CB lingo? Looks like it's pretty clearly going one direction here this time. There's some polls I had that were super close. Oh, let's go the normalish speed. Agnes, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Well, I'm going all over the place, eh? Just in the one day, my camera fell down. I made a YouTube clip of it called "I'm Glad I Was Wearing Pants." I'm on the fence. Living in Calgary now would be ideal, but the economy sucks there. Calgary is very high tech, though. Although it's still an expensive city to live in. So Kelowna or Penticton might be the move. Those would probably be nice. Nice places. Kelowna's a touristy kind of town too, so there'd probably be some pretty cool parties and shows and stuff that you could go to. I mean, once things are normal, of course. You saw it? Oh, good. Yeah, it's funny. Some videos get no views. Some get like one or, you know, whatever. It's kind of jumps all over the place. No scary mountain passes. True. Hammond, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Every time I go to read, I wind up drifting all over the place, eh? Looks like we're going straight still. 357 kilometers to go to deliver these vaccines. We're the vaccine delivery crew here. They pay $60 a kilometer. That's awesome. You promised yourself you're not driving in the mountains in the winter again? I'm always hesitant to drive on the Coke in the winter. I always go to the canyon if I have to go to the coast. Because, you know, one time I was driving back into the interior from there via the Coke, and there's some dude behind me that was spinning, and you could see the front of his truck. The sparks were flying off as he dragged the rail, like in between the opposite lanes. So it's like, yeah, I'm a little bit hesitant to want to drive on a road where there's 800 cars in the ditches, you know, or semi trucks and everything, you know. That road is pretty crazy. Canyon is better. You stopped driving the Coke since you went in the ditch a couple years ago. Oh, you went in the ditch on the Coke? That must have been you know, pain in the butt to get out of too, because it's like, no, there's Those tow trucks are always busy down there. It's pretty steady draw. If you want a steady job, anybody, will be a Coquihalla tow truck driver. This is a man. They get a lot of people in the ditch. Have to find a good Coquihalla Summit YouTube video and throw in the Discord sometime. Businesses need the help in the canyon as well. Yeah, that's true. I'd like to go back to Lytton sometime and, you know, eat at that highway restaurant. I always enjoyed that one there. Kendall, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Fat Jack's in the canyon. I've never been to that one. Somebody was talking about Lillooet the other day at work, and they're saying that the one, I can't remember the name, Kettle Pot or something like that, in Lillooet, like when you drive into the Lillooet and go turn left. They said that that place is really good, and they always make sure they go out of their way to go to that restaurant because they say it's so good. On Wednesdays, they like going on Wednesdays because it's like all you can eat fish and chips, and it's like fresh cod from the coast. Maybe once you get the vaccine, yeah. We'll visit the Lillooet. How long ago did he get the vaccine anyway? Was it been a couple weeks now? There's a new winery in Lillooet south of Port Barons. Where do I go here? Well, I guess that green thing I should have hit enter on it. Oh crap, man. We're gonna hit a car or something here. They're not on second shots yet, though. They're just on the first. Alright, which one do I gotta go? Crap. So it looks like I gotta get a Gedzer. Jackson, thank you for following. Much appreciated. I think that they're much more relaxed. I think that it's important to get both, and then because you're not fully protected until a few weeks after the second one, right? And of course, even once you have the vaccine, you still gotta do all that masks and stuff still like that, you know? I mean, you know, you don't want to let the guard down too much, because you could still carry it. And then, even then, you know, even if you have the vaccine, you know, it doesn't necessarily, you know, it doesn't necessarily protect you, everybody. Like sometimes it doesn't work for some people, but for the majority it does, kind of thing. But it's still, you know, you're still potential. You could still potentially get it, just like, you know, if you get the flu shot, you know, you could still get the flu, right? And there's variants too. Like there's that double variant floating around. So even with that, they're saying you need another booster in 9 months anyway. On a new diet and fitness routine. 30 pounds, nice. That's probably good. I probably gained back some of my weight that I lost before. Because it's really hard to get I was doing a near keto diet for a bit. But, you know, when all the people started ransacking all the toilet paper and food out of the stores, you know, it was hard to get, you know, all that kind of more specialized stuff. You got kind of eating what you got to eat. The flights into Canada thing is weird. I don't know why the government was allowing it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they figured, you know, balance this and balance that. Who knows, right? They got information that we might not necessarily know, too. You've been gaining weight. Uh-oh. Isn't that something you wanted? Bulking up. You going the right place? Yeah, thank goodness. Tight squeeze here though, eh? These roads are narrow right here. That's why I noticed on the local auction site there's a lot of stuff like exercise equipment going for pretty good. No sweets or carbs. Ah. Mohammed, thank you for following. Much appreciated. No flavor. Yeah, probably need to pull back on the carbs myself, I'm sure. Again. I had some of that Magic Spoon cereal. That was pretty good. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's expensive though. But it's like sugar cereals. It tastes like sugar cereals. And then it's like but it's like low carb and low sugar, but it tastes like sugar cereal. So that could be, you can get them some of that for a gift or something. I liked the one I liked was the peanut butter one, and I liked the Fruit Loop kind of one. I'm not sure yet. How tired I get, you know. I could sleep in tomorrow, so. I'll play probably for a while until I get tired, you know. It's only like 10:30, so. It was a work night, you know, where I'm working the next day. I'd have to wrap pretty quick, but because I'm not working tomorrow, I just relax and kick back and get lots of deliveries in. All right, thank you for coming by. Much appreciated. There's the big windmills, or not windmills, turbines. Alright, you guys, 2 hours game time. to get these vaccines in. That's pretty good. Hopefully our trailer is not too damaged, because we don't want a big dock on penalties. Nobody wants a dock on penalties. Looks like our guy's tired, but we should be able to make it. $80 here. Get her done. Whoa. There's a plane, guys. I think it's landing right near us. All right. 120 kilometers to go. Then we're going to be in the money, I tell ya. Sandeep, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're crossing this big bridge. Pretty sweet graphics on this game, eh? Nicolukio, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We got Sandeep and Nicolukio. If I said that wrong, I apologize, but hopefully I'm somewhat close. Asif, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Better take her easy as we go through these checkpoints, you know. We don't want to have them give us tickets. Tickets aren't cool. Is that guy like getting right by me? What a butter, eh? Oh yeah, 172. Cats. There we go. Let's pass this guy and I'll go normal speed after that. As soon as you kind of get past a certain point, they just kind of back right off. I think that guy nicked my trailer, actually. All right. 49 kilometers to count down. We're almost there, folks. Vergi, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Hope you are having a great day. And everybody new, thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit that follow button as well. That's awesome. Then hopefully we'll run into you again, you know. And don't forget to hit that like. If you have any friends you want to refer, you can tag them, or you can, you know, share on your feed if you like. Invite your cousin, you know, or something. It'd be awesome. Webby, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And Keith, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Look at that, eh? We're getting places. Oh, crap. There goes my momentum as a dude gets in my way. We're delivering the vaccine, $60 a kilometer. Vaccines and medical stuff. Usually, these are really good money in this game. Man, I had to really fix my truck earlier. It cost me a fortune. Like 20% of my... Why is it so bumpy? 20% of my hauls go towards repairs and tickets. Crazy. Almost there though. Look, destination's right ahead. Awesome. Man, that gas station looks like it'd be easy to pull into. Just off the road. Oh, red light. Okay, we gotta go a little bit slower. There we go. Medella? Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Or Metella. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Almost there though. Joseph, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Red light. Everybody likes the red light, right? No, nobody likes the red light. Alright, we're almost there though. We just gotta pull in here and drop off the goods, and then we're gonna make the big bucks. Usually don't even have to look to see if there's a better haul, if there's medical stuff. Kang, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. See, my guy's tired. Where they want it? Over there? Alright. Over there it is, dudes. Looks like it's gonna be a tricky path, but we'll be able to get through, eh? This part here. There we go. That's probably the hard part. Oh, look at that, guys. First try. Please don't ding me for the bet damage. Oh, they did. How much? 8,000 bucks. Lame. Maybe $60 up. Nope. Wheel loader. This one might be good. I'm gonna go. I think my guy's tired, so I'm gonna go take a sleep with my guy. And then I will see if there's any better cargoes. All right, we'll go there. He's yawning. There we go. New pipes in front of us here. We'll grab a repair. Look at that, we almost got $1 million, eh? Now let's check what kind of jobs there are. There's one, $60. And pork. We like $60. Scooters. Grab the canned pork. The world needs canned pork. We will provide. Hustle, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Well, where's the canned pork at? Did I forget to actually take the mission? A heavy load. We're 2 kilometers away though. We're gonna go this way to the left though. So I can discover that thing up there. This is good to have every discovered thing. This is more choices. Added a kilometer though. Archer, thank you for liking, much appreciated. And Thunder Edge, thank you for liking as well. There we go, guys. Go get the canned pork. See if we can get a ticket-free run. Oh, look at that, we didn't even have to stop. Where's the entrance to this place? There it is. Look at that guy's cleaning the windows. Guess it's along the back. This place looks exactly like the other place we were just at. There we go. I'll give you a lot of room, eh? You're gonna even be able to get out of there? That'd be tough that way. It'd be tough getting this trailer out anyway. Be a double trailer, you know. Robomet, thank you for liking and following. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a great night or great day wherever you are. Oh, and thank you for using the Notify. Always nice to see that getting used. Alright, you guys, we're pulling this canned pork truck out here. We're gonna make the big bucks. Not as good in money as vaccines, but because it's a double trailer, it does give us a little bit of bonus. We're going right. Uh-oh, we're stuck. Oh, no, we're not. There we go. These double trailers. You're from Edmonton, Alberta. Nice. And you are having a good night. Well, that's always good. I grew up a few hours away from Edmonton. I'm in British Columbia in the interior. But used to always enjoy going to West Edmonton Mall, to that big water park, and the amusement park in there and stuff. I wonder how West Edmonton Mall is doing these with all this stuff going on, you know? Hopefully not too many people are had to shut down doors completely. That's the coolest mall, you guys. If you ever want to vacation in Canada, if you're in Western Canada, West Edmonton Mall is a very cool mall to go to. You go to a water park, you can go bungee jumping. They have submarines. They used to have dolphins. I don't know if they still do. Maybe Robomat could tell me. Roller coaster, amusement parks in there. Back in the day, they used to have like really cool arcades, but those are gone. They used to have like 2 huge arcades in there. And there's an ice rink. Has a hotel right in it. Like the biggest mall in Canada, I think. Metrotown's pretty big too in Vancouver, but West Edmonton Mall, it takes up a large area. It has amusement park too. I mean, how cool is that? Robomat's like, I hate West Edmonton Mall. Just kidding. There's a lot of cool malls in Edmonton, but West Edmonton Mall, I mean, come on. That mall's awesome. There's everything you can need. I bought a computer from there once. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. We're driving the canned pork right now. We take whatever they need. We get it there. One trip we haul the vaccine, next trip we haul the canned pork. It's all important to somebody, right? As long as they pay the big bucks. Used packaging doesn't pay very well, but I've taken that before too. There's quite a variety of stuff. Oh, we're okay. Let's go over here. All right, we're making her. We don't want to run into that guy. Carrying a tank of something. It's not foodstuffs. Oh, we're gonna wind up probably being in the wrong lane here. Oh, fire truck. Oh, they're smucked right up. Guess we don't have to be on cruise control. Go back up to 80. If you like the music, it's from Facebook. Facebook music. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. There we go. Don't have to wait for a gate if we go through that one. Oh, we're going over a big bridge. Looks like the seas are nice or whatever we're crossing. 877 kilometers to go, but I think there's a ferry ride in there somewhere. Maybe, if I remember right. I don't actually know, to be honest. I just follow that GPS because that's the way to go. It says go this way, go that way again, and that way again. Oh, don't go in the water. I don't know if you can land in the water. You'd probably have to hit the rail pretty good. There may be an invisible wall there too. Maybe you could drive over here through the bush. Probably costs a lot of money to fix your car if you sink it in the river, right? Yeah, we don't need to dedicate a ton of money to fixing it. Be nice to see what happens if you hit the water, but probably just an invisible wall, I imagine. I can't imagine they put some bunch of resources into building. What happens if you go underwater? Like some fish going by or something, you know? Alright guys, 12 hours. I'm sure there's a ferry crossing in there somewhere though. Alright guys, we're flying along. 80. You consider that flying at least. Alright. What Matthew McConaughey says sometimes. What do you guys think of this place, eh? Look at this nice area, hey? Dude up on the bridge there above us. Bet he didn't spit and hit our windshield. Oh, better. Oh, you know what I was just saying? We better slow down. I got a big butt flying. That cop was just waiting for me to go over that speed change, eh? What a jerk. You should have them let you off sometimes with a warning. Why are they always where the speed limit changes, eh? Another big bridge, eh? Look at all them wind turbines over there. I don't think the wind affects your truck, even if you have a big load. Although the weight seems to be slowing me down, that's for sure. A lot of pork. Canned pork on my truck, I guess. 2 trailers worth. That road over there, eh? There's a 110 convert with 90. Pretty cool area though. Look at this. Got like a train wire thingy. Boats. I was hauling some gravel. If I don't get a rock chip, my windshield's immaculate. You know, that's what happens when you get brand new windshield. Guaranteed you're following somebody with a rock gravel load or something. That happens to me every time. Got a nice new windshield, I'm all happy with it. Bang. Rock. Are we there yet? Not yet. I did deliver the vaccines though. This is a load of canned pork. So God, do you know who the Prime Minister of Canada is yet? You're almost ready for that Canadian immigration exam? Where you get your dual citizenship. That'd be pretty cool. Actually, it's quite the process to become a citizen here, to be honest. It's a lot of work. A lot of even Americans. If an American wants to come into Canada, even though we're like bordered right up with them, it's, you know, they gotta go through some rigorous steps to become Canadian. Can't just come over, you know. It's actually, they have a point system. So they'd have to be an economic migrant, essentially. Years. John, years. It's literally years. Same thing with becoming an American too, right? They take a long time because it's like so many. Can I migrate you to Canada? Nope, you'd have to apply. I don't have no kind of powers for that. You have to answer a big test. Yeah, no, I have a colleague that has worked in Canada. You know, they have to get a visa, a work visa or whatever. I had a couple colleagues that came in from the States, and I mean they probably were I bet you they were, you know, 4 or 5 years before they could, you know, do the application. I'm not sure if they just didn't do it right away or whatever, but I think it's quite a process. But you know, there's a lot of people that, you know, have gotten a spouse or somebody in you know, they apply, you know, they marry a Canadian and then they come in, but it's still multiple years. And you know, and you don't, even if you're married to a Canadian, that doesn't mean you get to go for more than visits, you know, until that whole paperwork process is done. It's actually quite a big process. And then they got to write their exams and stuff like that, and you know, answer a bunch of questions. I had when I was a mixer, they used to have this random poll, or this random, not poll, but questions about Canada that came up, and some of them were from the immigration exam, or from practice immigration exams anyway. But you got to know a lot of stuff, even a lot of stuff that most born Canadians don't necessarily know. So they got to study pretty hard to pass that exam. Can you pay under the table? There, some of that does happen. There's people that work in Canada that. Why do you need? They just have their processes, because a lot of people want to come to Canada for the healthcare, and because, you know, it's a nice country and all that stuff. But there's a lot of benefits to becoming a Canadian. Probably the path that's the easiest is an economic immigrant, or, you know, if you take your education in Canada, like your university education, and then you get a really good job after, and then that company sponsors you in, right? So after a while you have of working in Canada, then you know, with a permanent job, then you know, you apply to become a citizen. But an economic immigrant would be somebody like, you know, say you owned a lot of businesses or something, or you had like a lot of money, then you had the chance where you would be giving a bunch of Canadians jobs, then that would probably strengthen your case, right? Venu, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Watch the road. Yeah, no doubt, eh? Overall, we're going pretty, you know, staying in the lines mostly. Gotta look at that chat though. That's the thing when you're streaming. You gotta still check out that chat, see what people have to say. They don't like Bummer. Bummer. They don't like, well, I mean, there's, you know, if you're coming from a country where you're, you know, say you come in on a refugee status, that's a different process to get into the country. You know, like say, you know, some of the countries that, you know, they, you know, they'd probably die if they went back. You know, they'll accept refugees. But it has to be direct too, like directly to Canada, not via the States. But there's a, you know, there's different amounts. They'll take a certain amount of refugees, take a certain amount of that. But they'll turn people right around if they don't qualify. But yeah, no, they, you know, if somebody wants to come here, they gotta have the certain qualifications. And it is a long process, no matter what. I'm born in Vancouver. In Vancouver, BC. Or one of the suburbs of it, anyway. Yo, Supa, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Did I enjoy the 80s? I didn't mind the 80s. They're alright. I was fairly young, but you know, they were pretty cool. Tourist, how about tourist visas? Well, I mean, you can come in and be a tourist. You know, you're allowed to stay for a certain amount of time, I guess. You just can't work. There's tourists. You tell the border guards where they're going, how long they're gonna be, that kind of stuff, and then they'll say okay, and then you go. Yunang, thank you for following, much appreciated. Although they're not accepting tourists right now, though. They don't even want people from the next province over coming into British Columbia, for example. Lizzie, thank you for following, much appreciated. Why so strict? They don't want the COVIDs. Canada's struggling with COVID because it doesn't actually manufacture the vaccines here. You know, they're getting them from either Europe or the States. So they're kind of at the mercy of other countries there when they're buying them. And so they're trying to keep up. Kesson, thank you hi, hello. Thank you for being here. So they're trying to get the virus under control, right? So we have a big lockdown happening. Everybody's got to stay within their own health region. So, for example, since I'm on the interior of British Columbia, I cannot go to the Vancouver area. And Vancouver area can't go to the Victoria Island, that kind of thing. Because they got to all stay within their own health regions. So if you can't go to restaurants, you know, you can't eat in restaurants, you can only eat on patios, that kind of thing. Sri Lanka, nice. I'm in British Columbia, Canada. Welcome. We're transporting some canned pork this time in this particular run. Yeah, I'm from British Columbia. So Western Canada. Edvald, thank you for liking, much appreciated. That's one very cool thing about Facebook, you guys. People are from all over the place here. Pretty awesome. What do I hate about Canada? I don't know if I hate anything about Canada. I'm pretty satisfied with Canada overall. I mean, you know, they can always improve stuff, but, you know. But hate is a strong word, so I don't know. It'd be nicer if if you went to the hospital, if you didn't have to wait 6 hours, but you know. They gotta address the people that are the most sick. So if you're really sick, you don't have to wait that long. One thing you think you like from Canada? One thing you should improve in Canada. I don't know, I think they could work on the voting system maybe a bit. That's one thing that the current Prime Minister had promised when he originally was running for Prime Minister, but they changed their mind on it. Was they're going to make representative voting different, work a little different. They're talking about UBI now. That'll be interesting if they ever incorporate that. I can't see that happening, but that'd be a cool thing if they did come up with a good system for that. I imagine what'll happen there is they'll talk about UBI for the next election as something they want to bring in, and then they'll probably, if they get elected in, then they'll say, oh, it's not really feasible, or we have to study it more and then wait till the next election. Good morning to you, Shempo. Thank you for liking, much appreciated. UBI, what's UBI? It's Universal Basic Income. So they're talking about experimenting with that in parts of Canada. They have ran an experiment in the past, and it looked like it was very successful. But basically, it's called Universal Basic Income. So it would be like everybody in the country has a guaranteed income, no matter whether they're working or not. So a program like that would replace, like other programs like unemployment and disability and stuff like that. And then it would, provide a safety net for anybody. Say if you wanted to focus on, your education or something like that. Some people wind up getting locked into working at McDonald's. Yeah, Starlink is cool. Some people get locked into McDonald's because they got to feed themselves, right? So a thing like UBI, if it was actually implemented properly, opens up the opportunity to try to improve and follow your passions, right? So in that aspect, it can be a good thing. There might be occasionally some people that might abuse it, but they found that in most trials that it actually, most people did try to improve themselves, and most people do want to work. But say if I wanted to, they have pension in Canada, yeah. Say I wanted to be a full-time streamer, but the thing that was holding me back was, basically I have to feed my family or something like that, Then a program like UBI is good in the aspect that it would let you try to do that passion. Or, say somebody wants to, be a doctor or whatever. And, basically they can't because they've got a, they're being held back by something. And it's usually money. But, at least they'd be able to feed themselves if they're not employed. And then they'd try to be able to do what they need to do. That's the idea behind it anyway. But I think the success of something like that would really depend on how, the terms of it. But if you think of something like where COVID shut everybody down, something like UBI would automatically already be in place. So, for example, in Canada, when they had COVID come in, they gave every Canadian that lost their job relating to COVID, they gave them like $2,000 a month. So they could still pay their rent and not go homeless, right? So that's the whole concept behind UBI anyway. Hopefully that kind of explains it. It's more or less a safety net that replaces other current safety nets. So it doesn't cost as much, because you're replacing those other programs. And then, it expands it so that everybody's covered. Well, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Yeah, it was a good program. I mean, it costs the government a fair amount of money, but, it keeps the economy going is what the point of it is, right? The other thing about a UBI idea, too, is if, people are getting a certain amount a month already, then, because there's so many people that get paid under living wage, like they get paid less than it costs to live, they wind up working multiple jobs, right? So if people are getting paid more than that, then businesses would have to make sure that they pay a certain amount. And then if you got everybody getting an income, then you got more taxes. So it boosts the economy. So that's another perk to it. And as much as Walmart or McDonald's pays very little, and a lot of people would argue that it would hurt all these businesses. They would survive ultimately. They can afford it. They pay their CEOs millions and millions of dollars, so they can figure it out. If your business is built around the concept of paying somebody so little they can't even live on it, then that's not a good business model. But there's concern, of course, for stuff like inflation and stuff like that too, but you'd have to, that's why they'd have to figure out a good system for it. They'd have to really define the rules well, essentially. But yeah, it's to boost the spending. The $2,000 a month was, the thing is that if everybody has some money, then they could keep paying their rent, they could keep paying their food bills, whatever. They could buy some stuff that promotes businesses and so forth, right? So that once the COVID stuff is done, then they wind up being able to bounce back the economy a bit faster. And they also, in addition to the $2,000 a month for Canadian emergency relief benefit, they had a lot of business programs too, so that businesses could get some money for keeping their rent paid and stuff too. And then they had a bunch of rules so that landlords couldn't kick their renters out and stuff like that too. Because it's tough times for everybody. And everything's closed down, right? $200 kilometers to go, guys. But yeah, there's definitely people that can explain some of that stuff better than me. But if you really want to read about it, there's probably a lot of articles out there for and against. So you can always make up your own mind as to whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Why are they always the entrance of where I want to go? Can I get through there? Maybe to his right? It cost me a ticket. It's gonna be really tight though. Take his mirror off. I'm stuck now. We made. Oh. What's going on? Some bumps there, but overall we made it. Went and dragging something with us there, eh? $173 kilometers to go. Uh-oh, more traffic problems here. Stupid helicopter. What the crap did I hit there? Man, they like putting all the obstacles in, don't they? There we go. We're refreshed now, hydrated. Get her back up to 80 now that all these helicopters and crap are out of our way. I don't think, their placement of the accident stuff is very good. Because that on the turnoff, I don't think that should have been there. It should have been on that main road, and they should have provided a way to detour around that. Because they'd never block a major highway in real life like that, I don't think, completely. I mean, sometimes you do get delays for a couple hours, but they'd be rerouting people onto the other side or something. I can't imagine Europe doing it that much different, but that's how they do it in Canada. There's always a place you can detour. Even if it's like a side road that they put you on for a bit. Or if it's a fresh accident, you might be sitting around for an hour while they clean it up, You never really delayed that badly, though. Usually it's like a section of the road covered with rock is what causes the highway to get shut down for a while. Or really bad snow. No, there's an avalanche coming or something. Right, here we go, folks. We're getting somewhere. 99 kilometers to go. Awesome. 80 kilometers an hour, though. We're doing pretty good. We only got 80 kilometers to go. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. It'd be appreciated. That'd be awesome of you. Hit that follow. If you like what you see, hit the thumbs up. That helps Facebook know that it might be worth watching. If you want to share it to your family or friends or whatever, you can put it on your feed, hitting that share button. Or you can always tag a friend if you want, if there's a specific friend that might be into it. Let them know and they can hang out with us too. Take a big old road trip. Listening to the free Facebook music while we gab about the weather or whatever we're talking about. And we're Canada for a while there. Canada, eh? God, you know how to spell Canada, right? C-A-N-A-D-A. Happen to have caught yourself saying much appreciated lately? I think over time span of watching, it must have picked that up from watching my show. Well, that's good. It's always nice to tell people it's appreciated. Funny. You say muchly appreciated? For a while there, I remember I was talking, or this one guy I watched some streams too. This one guy was always saying whatever hype. So sometimes you get into that sometimes. Wasim, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You like it? It's my slogan. It's like when I say good day at the beginning. Some people have noticed that. My opening greeting. Alright, so we got a right turn here. Going towards Amsterdam. Destination's right here. Trailer damage. What the crap? Did I rub it on the thing? There we go, Amsterdam. We could have ourselves a little party here. Can't see the light. There we go. There you go, buddy. Alright, look at that, guys. We're almost there. Coming right up. It's It'll be like when Gott's talking and he starts saying oot. A boot. What a boot that. How come you always say good day just like in the movie? Strange brew, eh? I don't know, it's good day is a pretty common greeting, isn't it? You can look back at my Mixer videos. I've opened with that one a long time. Good day. How's it going, eh? Strange Brew is a fine movie. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch it. Awesome. God likes it even. You get Gott's approval on a movie, you know it's good. Did you like how he put the fire out, Gott? Or no, not the fire. How he... Well, I guess he did put the fire out in some fashion there. Oh no. Not gonna be straight, is it? Having me on in the background. Oh crap, man. Get that other trailer over. There. Try again. Over like that. The entertaining show having on the background is cool company. Well, I'm glad you like it. It's hopefully entertaining for everybody that watches. Oh, crap. There. Oh, darn it. We had it. There. Oh, darn it. Come on. There. Phew. You like my movie recommendations? You're gonna have to watch Fisher King. That's a good movie. Robin Williams, you know. Does it sound like an 80s show or what? Pressure tank. Oh, it expires in 2 minutes though. Electronics. How's our sleeping thing here? Chepo, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Robin Williams is not Canadian, no. We're okay. We got some. Not quite sleepy yet for the character. Up to there. Belgium for $8,000. You like this movie Jumanji? Important and Fragile. Let's do that one, I think. Could hire drive Cole. Low semi-trailers to Brussels. 37. That's a quick trip. Do that one. Yeah, the Robin Williams is a good actor though. Back in the day. It's a big loss to see Robin Williams die, unfortunately, but the movies he made were really good and entertaining. I don't think there's really a bad Robin Williams movie, in my opinion. Death to Smoochy, that was a weird movie, wasn't it? Have you seen that one? Can't see the thing here. There we go. All right, we're going left. And we'll go grab the thingies here. Low bed semi-trailers. Weird, I got a trailer full of trailers. What was your favorite Robin Williams show, Got? Did you like Mrs. Doubtfire? Have you ever seen that one? I don't know if I actually ever fully watched it. I've seen parts of it on TV, though. I saw an article the other day, just one of those Facebook dumb things to get clicks out of you. And they were talking about, movies that probably wouldn't really be made today. And they said that kind of Mrs. Doubtfire was actually kind of one of those movies. Because they said that, he was kind of evading some laws and stuff like that. By because I don't know if she had a restraining order or what it was, but because I can't really remember it. But it was totally illegal what he was doing by essentially sneaking into the house there to help raise the kids or whatever. So it's almost like stalker-ish behavior, Definitely would be against the law. That was their theory on this this web page. They were talking about movies that wouldn't be made today. There's a lot of little things that were viewed differently, back then compared to now, though. That's for sure. I think that movie probably would still be, viewed okay, but they'd have to make sure they explain it properly, I guess. That little article too, it was a clickbaity article trying to try to get you to click on every page. There's only like one movie mentioned each click, that kind of thing. One of those dumb ones. What's the plot? He pretends to be the housekeeper so that he could hang out with his kids or something like that. So Robin Williams dresses like a old lady. You can always check out the preview of that guy. But it's probably regarded as one of his big movies, though. Robin Williams did a lot of good, cool, interesting movies, though. You know, like even back, he was on a TV show called Mork and Mindy back in the 70s or something like that. Well, that's what the story's about. He's, you know, hanging out with the kids kind of thing. Like a family movie. The father is not allowed to be with the kids or whatever, so he becomes the housekeeper. But, you know, he's disguised as a older woman so that the mom doesn't know it's him. I don't know, it's pretty formula, I would think. Abdul, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys, we're getting places. Mabarak, thank you for liking as well. Alright, so we just gotta turn up here, it looks like. We only got like 139 kilometers to go. And the big line from Mrs. Doubtfire. Hello! Been a long time since I saw what I saw of it anyway. That's why I can't remember if I totally watched the whole thing. Thank you for following. Itix. Not sure how that goes, but thank you. I remember one scene where he was caught almost or something, and so he smooshes his face in a pie to make it look like he's wearing mud or whatever. You know, the shenanigans of almost getting caught. Reminds me of a show called Three's Company, actually, with the late John Ritter. That was a good movie. You want to see something funny, actually. I don't know, it's kind of under the radar for a lot of people. But with John Ritter in it, and there's a big all-star cast in it, but there was a movie based on a play that's about the play called Noises Off. Mocking the movie lines. That's how the movie line is, though. But if you, there's a movie called Noises Off, and holy crap, that show is funny. And it's based on a real play that's exactly the same thing. But Noises Off is with John Ritter, and there's Carol Burnett, and there's a whole, like, Michael Caine is in it. But it's about this play they're putting on called Noises Off. And basically there's noises off stage in this play. You know, they're constantly arguing, falling down, or doing something offset when they're doing the play. And you know, there's I don't know if you ever saw the show, but Larry and Balky. Larry, the actor who played Larry, he's in it. I don't know. It's Noises Off. Yeah, that's a movie, but it's also a play. But the movie's based on the play. So, but the movie's about them doing the play. So it's really hard to explain, but it's very funny. And it has John Ritter in it. And Michael Caine and Carol Burnett, and it's good. But it's like really, really crazy funny. I thought it was crazy funny anyway. I'd love to see the real play of it, to be honest, because the real play is supposed to be great too. But everything that does go wrong can go wrong. John Ritter, he was famous. He was in a lot of TV. It's Ritter. He played Jack from Three's Company back in the day. That was his famous one, but he was in that. I think he was in like How I Met Your Mother or some show like that. I can't remember which one it was. I used to watch old reruns of Three's Company. It was like way back, like that show. It was in the 70s or something like that. But I watched the reruns of it. But yeah, that guy died young. He had a heart attack or something like that. He died. He wasn't that old when he died overall. But he was a really funny physical actor, you know? And Robin Williams was like that too. Robin Williams had lots of shows way back in the day. I watched reruns of Mork and Mindy too. And Mork and Mindy are tied to Happy Days. So that's like a really old show. Happy Days was way back. A lot of shows actually were offshoots of Happy Days. Laverne and Shirley, I think, were too. Charles in Charge. All sorts of things. Do I like classic shows? Yeah, classic shows are good. I watched a lot of reruns and stuff from back in the day. You know, you gotta watch all sorts of different things, you know. Understand where things come from sometimes, you know. You know, like without one show, sometimes you're not gonna have a later show, you know. You know, like that Better Call Saul, for example, was, you know, really an offshoot of Breaking Bad. 32 kilometers to go, and they're calling us in. Didn't expect it on time. But even that, you watch some of these old shows, and you see where that actor came from. So, for example, Bruce Willis, he originated from TV. He was on a show called Moonlighting. I didn't particularly care for Moonlighting, but, you know, it was a show about these two detectives in a detective agency, I believe, where they were constantly arguing and stuff. But he originated from that. And then he he went on to Die Hard, right? And actually, people were really against Bruce Willis in Die Hard. Tevin, thank you for liking. Originally, it was supposed to be Frank Sinatra, if I remember right, but he got too old by the time they made this movie, because it was like years and years and years of them owning that plot. Hazard, thank you for liking. And then they finally decided to make the movie, and they chose Bruce Willis. And then and then people were expecting that prototypical action hero at the time, and he wasn't that prototypical action hero. He's like an everyday guy essentially. And they didn't even want Bruce Willis on the movie poster, because it was throwing people off. Like they didn't want to watch it because it was this dude from Moonlighting. And then they finally saw how successful the movie was from word of mouth. A lot of people were talking about it, and so they actually put him back on the movie cover, or the movie poster. But it's kind of cool to see where they come from too, you know? Well, I don't know if I'd recommend like Moonlighting or anything like that, but I mean it's interesting to see where things come from, is what I was essentially saying. You know, like Noises Off is a very funny movie. So I mean, I think that a lot of people can get enjoyment out of it. You know, I don't know if Kristen's seen Noises Off, but it's an obscure enough title that she may not have. You know, it might be a fun one to watch one day for, for anyone who hasn't seen it. Although sometimes these movies are hard to find too, though. Because they're older, right? Some of them. But I mean, it sounded like you enjoyed Strange Brew, or you're saying you enjoyed it at least. That's positive. We're gonna skip the thing because it was already due. Because otherwise we'll be late and then we'll get a penalty. $68 a kilometer for that one. Not very long haul. That one's $65 a kilometer. Those expire in 87 hours and 26 hours. So I mean, we can sleep. Our character's tired. Do you love Moonlighting? Oh, really? Yeah, you might enjoy Mrs. Doubtfire. God, it's kind of a family film. Yeah, I don't know. I never got into Moonlighting. I didn't watch a lot of it though. But you know, it was kind of something I saw just to investigate, you know, more Bruce Willis's origins, I guess. We'll go there so we get that question mark. Rabbit, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. How do we get out of here, man? Kind of funny place to park those trailers, eh? think that's a wall. Actually, let's go left. Have you ever watched Fantasy Island? That was like a really old movie with Ricardo Montalban or whatever. I tried watching a repeat of that recently, and I had seen them when I was younger before, but man, it's a lot more crazy watching it now than I remembered it. 'Cause I watched some when I was a kid, and I didn't really understand it, I don't think. But if you watch it now, it's like kind of, it's kind of weird, that show actually. Maybe watching it in today's context is just different. But I saw some on Netflix or on Amazon or something of Fantasy Island. And just maybe the one I watched, I don't know. But it was kind of different watching it. Because a lot of these old shows, if you watch them in today's context, they're different though. Ammon, thank you for liking. Some juice concentrate. Though this one would be easier to haul though. Maybe it's cooler to haul boat. One kilometer away? That's awesome. Hello, my fellow Canadian. I'm good, thank you. Hello back, fellow Canadian. Oh, wait. Red light. I wanted to turn on a red, but I can't. Rose, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. The red? It's green. What province are you in, Rose? Just having some morning sickness. Oh, there you go. I like asking everybody, even if I've asked them before, what province they're in when they say fellow Canadian. My favorite question. What province are you? Montreal, that's right. There you go. That morning sickness wouldn't be very nice, I'm sure. Montreal. I think Montreal would be a nice place to go to after all that COVID's, eh? See all the nice old buildings there. Go watch a Habs game. It's so expensive to go across Canada. I think that's one thing. Would you like to be a trucker for real? I'm not sure if it'd be my thing, because I think it'd kind of freak me out driving that big old thing down the road, because I'd be afraid of running somebody over, but I don't know. I guess there's other jobs that'd be worse, right? Oh, this is a big haul. I didn't realize this one would be escorted. I didn't even have to sleep. You love basketball. Nice. Are you a Raptors fan? We got that dude getting interviewed. Look at the lights on my truck. Isn't that cool? Alright. I didn't realize this would be escorted, but it's kind of cool. We just gotta be careful. Maybe a right turn. Oh, crap. Overshot that one a bit. Are my beacons on? Not the team you like, you just watch them play. What team do you like? I don't know. I don't even know how to turn on my beacons, to be honest. We got the escorts, so they have their lights on though. The yeah, there was a basketball player here. He got drafted. Not here, but there's a basketball player from the interior here that got drafted. I got to work with his parents. Or one of his parents, anyway. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's try him. I don't know if that did anything, did it? The Raptors, you like watching the ladies play. I got to see yeah, there's one basketball from the interior anyway. I got to work with his parents. He got drafted into the Heat, I think. I mean, you know, it's not a big deal, of course, but it was kind of neat seeing somebody's kid get drafted into the NBA, right? But it's still kind of neat, though, you know, to hear, because I knew a colleague that he described, you know, always having that kid in his living room, you know, hanging out, watching TV, and then he was very excited to see him get drafted. But that was kind of neat seeing somebody that, you know, you sort of from somebody that was in your area get into a pro league, though. That's kind of cool, I thought. Be careful not to hit these guys. I didn't really know them or anything like that, but it was kind of neat to just to hear about it, you know. Hear some stories, that kind of thing. I think that guy's on the Rockets now. I think he just got traded or something recently. Con, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And one time I saw him, and boy, that guy was tall. Holy crap. All those guys in the NBA, though, they're all like super tall, though. Well, I guess not all of them, but there's a lot. I got to watch the Globetrotters once, too. That was kind of fun experience, too. You know, they can really do things with that basketball, I tell you. That guy's parents were pretty down to earth. It was neat to see how happy they were for their kid, you know. Very proud, you know. As I can imagine, you know, you can imagine anybody, because there's a lot of work to get to that level. Alright, we should probably set the thing, eh? There we go. I don't know a lot about basketball in the aspect of, like, I know a lot about hockey. If I, you know, because I can explain the rules and all that. With basketball, I kind of have a more surface idea, I guess. You know, I played a little bit in high school, in gym class and stuff like that. That's about it. I didn't really follow a ton of basketball over the years, or NBA. It was exciting to see the Raptors win, but you know, I can't say I watched much beyond a little bit of the highlights here and there when they were on their stretch. And I did play a little bit of NBA 2K and stuff like that, but I can't say I have a deep understanding. You know, I couldn't, you know, like if I play an NHL game, say I pop in one from 5 years ago, even 15 years ago or whatever, you know, I could see their number and know who the player is. But with basketball, you know, unless they're like somebody obvious, then I'm a little bit lost pretty quickly. Same with FIFA. You know the concept, the basic concepts of the game, but you know, I don't really know the sport quite as well. I'm definitely, as far as sports go, hockey is the one I'm super most interested in. Although I do enjoy playing the video games once in a while, for NBA and FIFA and MLB for that matter. I was playing a little bit of MLB. I might play some this week, maybe tomorrow or maybe Tuesday. One of these days coming up. And I really enjoyed playing the game, but I don't really know any of the players though. Like a few years ago, I knew a few of them, but I just I don't really know them at all now. As far as the teams change so much, you know. Like for example, Jose Batista was kind of when I was more familiar with it, because I watched a few games live and you know, followed it a bit closer. It's amazing though, if you want to learn about, you know, some of the games, often if you play the video game, you can actually learn quite a bit these days, because A lot of the players look like the players for different sports now. But with hockey, I could know because I played so much of the game. I was like 19, John Druce, or whatever, especially for the team that I played the most, you know. 23, Corey Millen. That kind of thing, I don't know. Alright, you guys, look at this. 184 kilometers to go. We're getting places. Make sure we're not riding that rail with that boat. This is the biggest boat I've transported. Yeah, my biggest encounter with a sports celebrity, I'd say, is probably you know, I played ice hockey in a beer league, and Eric Brewer of the Islanders played a game against our team, and man, you could tell how much better he was than everybody there. I mean, it's just a rec league. There are some WHL players that played and stuff like that too. But I mean, like, you could tell the character, or the Eric wasn't even trying. You know, he was just fooling around, and if he wanted to score, he could, because he's just that much bigger and faster than all the other players. You could just see the difference between him and the WHL players, for example, or even the best rec league players that were playing. It was just amazing. But if you think about it, you know, even the worst player on an NHL team is gonna still shine if he's put beside some rec players, right? Because they're just like super trained up and years of experience, you know. But it's really interesting though to see them play in action, you know. That's a different setting than you normally see them in. He was like a line one defenseman on the Islanders at the time. Probably shouldn't have been playing, you know. I think it's actually against their contract, because if he had injured himself, he'd be in breach of his NHL contract, right? Yes, sir. Thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, you guys, we got a big turn coming up. This will be the tricky part because it's like a big circle. And this thing I'm hauling is big, so it can accidentally hit the rail fairly easily. All right. I think it's going okay. Hard to tell because it's dark too, you know. All right. There's one obstacle down. We got another big traffic circle or something coming up after this curb. Not exactly sure why we're transporting a boat. All right, another turn. Make sure we're clear of that car. Got through. Peter, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We're hauling a big boat. We're almost there. Yeah, where do we go from here, though? One over here, maybe? What do I get caught on? Stuck on that pole? Crap, dudes. I assume we gotta go really wide. Maybe like that. Will this fit in here, hopefully? There's our destination over there. We're not too tall. Oh, we're getting there. There we go. You! Bring a thank you for following. Much appreciated. Getting the good monies. Oh, we don't have anything from there anymore. There's a locomotive. What the crap? Oh, there's a fence there. Marcus, thank you for following. Much appreciated. $40 kilometers. Holy crap. Minnie, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Oh crap. That was close. Calvin, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Kevin, thank you for liking. And Calvin, thank you for liking and following. There we go. We're getting places. Sherry, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, we're getting the train locomotive here. These guys are holding everybody up. I think I didn't have a trailer on that one. Hi, how can I have the full set of the game? There's if you go to Steam, there's like packs that you can buy, and then you could add the DLC that's missing. Because I think there's a pretty good pack there that includes the new Iberia DLC. So I mean, you could always buy that pack and then just add whatever is left over. Steam's pretty good about telling you what you have too, even if you buy in a pack. So like when I first started, I bought the certain pack or whatever. I can't remember which one it was, like Road to the East pack or something that included the main games and stuff like that before that. And then since then Iberia came out, so I bought that. Oh, we're getting a locomotive, that's right. There we go. Look at that. So I think buying a pack like that would probably be the easiest. Whatever the one is called with the Iberia DLC included. And then you can always pick and choose the components if there's other DLCs that you don't have that you want. Because, you know, a lot of it's paint jobs and stuff like that. You know, and you might not be interested in all those. I only bought, the only paint job I bought was the one that's Canadian paint jobs. Oh, I bent the sign a bit. Oops. Man, this thing is heavy. This train here. Like I have the pedal all the way down. And we're going. Well, now we're going past the speed limit. So we got a ticket. But I had it down and it wasn't exceeding the speed limit for the longest time there because it's so heavy. I just ran that car over. We're cruising. How much will they cost? The game is all digital. So I mean, you know, if you're going to Steam's webpage, you'd just be buying, essentially you're buying a code, right? And then you download it. Even if you bought this, if you went into a store and you bought this game, because it's on the PC, inside that box is a code that you plug in, and then you wind up downloading it anyway. I don't think it's, you don't get too many physical games anymore these days. For computers anyway. The PC only game. So I don't know if they could really ship it. Excuse me. As far as how much it costs, I don't know what the current cost is, but I know that this DLC cost $20, but I know for a bit there, the whole game was on sale, 50% off of everything. So if you look in the Steam store and it seems like it's expensive, you can always add it to your wish list, and then it'll alert you when it goes on sale, you know? Because it goes on sale every now and then for like 50% off for a lot of it. What's going on here? $1,380 ticket. Holy crap. You guys going that fast. I guess because my truck's so heavy right now. Going down the hill, I was just flying. Seta, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We're gonna be going left up here, it looks like. But yeah, it depends on the current cost of a game. I don't know as far as it goes. It probably $100 if you want all the DLC, but depends on how much is on sale. If you want the base game, it's a lot cheaper though. I bet you could get the base game for like $30 or something now. It was on sale for $5 not too long ago, because they're promoting the new DLC. So if you wait a month or two, if it's not on sale, it'll be on sale again, because they're expecting another DLC soon, dropping for American Truck Simulator. And when that happens, that'll be another sale kind of deal. I thought this train thing would be, locomotive would be an escorted haul, but it's actually not that. It's not just a heavy haul. There we're going now, though. We're gonna run as far as we can. The other guy's yawning. And then once he starts yawning, we'll pull in sleep, and then we'll have probably about 6-7 hours left, I guess. There's 90 here. Speed up. Right. We're flying, man. Takes a long time to get up to 90, though. Holy crap. Probably one of the heavier things I've had to transport. Lawrence, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. We're transporting an engine from a train car. Or train engine, I guess. Looks like a heavy duty one. Oh crap. What's going on here? Never good when they're blocking the road. Well, that's a nice big wide spot at least. Alright, we made it, I think. Watch there be a helicopter blocking everything off right up here. Okay, we're flying. I bet you can't believe it. We're gonna have some water while I drive. Better slow down though, this guy's in our way. We got this train car has places to be, guys. We gotta keep you moving. Nice having the 90 speed though. Going up a big hill here, it looks like. Probably have to stop at the next rest stop. Moostek, thank you for following. Much appreciated. $628 kilometers to go. Oh, we got a speed drop here. A little bit of road construction. Then we got a right turn coming up. Alright, so we got 611 kilometers to go. The guy's getting super tired, so we gotta find a super sleeping spot. All the wires here, man. Holy cow. This must be Electric Avenue. Raining too on top of it. Life on the streets. Life on the playground. Crap, I can't even see. There. Turn that on. Good for gas. Oh crap. Love the rain. You know what Milli Vanilli say? Blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah. Alright. You gotta incorporate snow one day, you know? That'd be cool. There's mods for snow, but no real official snow. Snow and ice could be a real pain in the butt, probably. Well, W, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Alright, we got 591 kilometers to go. It will be glorious. Our windshield's cleared right up. This is like such a heavy load, it takes forever to accelerate back up to 90. Here we go. 67. 68, 69. Pick 69 will be funny. I always make this reference. Nobody probably knows what I was talking about. Holy crap, we're exceeding the speed by 1 kilometer. Breaking the law, breaking the law. I saw this thing, Nando, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Saw this thing on Twitter. This lady who was a video game developer had a kid. And she was gonna name the kid Cora, K-O-R-A. And the hospital made a typo, and so the kid accidentally got named Corn, K-O-R-N. And you know, talked about it on Twitter. It went a little bit viral because, you know, there's a lot of Korn fans out there. You know that band Korn. So, kind of funny. All the things get named. But, she's getting it changed. But it was still kind of funny. That kid one day will be able to say, I was once named after Korn. R was in the right direction, you know, it wasn't a backwards R like the band, but she got a lot of comments because it got picked up by Korn band. Makes a game called Calico. Looks like a not bad game, actually. We're crossing the border. You know, although I probably couldn't name too many Korn songs, to be honest. I've heard them a lot, but I think they plan that every time I'm gonna go on one of these ones where I have to merge really quickly. There's always some dude passing me. What's up with that? It's clear right now because I'm in the left lane, but Alright, you guys, we're gonna be getting there. We have 480 kilometers to go. I don't know if corn is at that. Ooh. Or is that disturbed? I don't really know. You know, we got 1.3 million bucks to spend here. We'll have to go some truck shopping or something right after this drop off. I think we're gonna arrive at 12:30 at night in the game. Drifting over there. We're cruising though. This 90 really helps get the drive along, eh? Holy moly. It's 80 here. Slow down a little bit, I guess. Will we get ticketed? I had a good speed going. It took me forever. I should go in 94. MD, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, we go up to 90 again. Alright, we're getting places. Well, you'd think if we're calling an engine, train engine that is, why wouldn't they put it on a train car? Maybe it's faster by truck? I don't know. Makes about as much sense as that airmail I was transporting earlier. Alright. We're slow down. Here we got the checkpoint. Go to gate 2 here. We made it through the gate. All right. Close match for second place, but that first place is pretty dominant so far. As far as it goes. So vote in that poll, you guys. If you haven't followed yet, please follow. It'd be super awesome if you did that. Go and like, share. That stuff helps a lot too. Gets that word out. All right. We are back up to speed. We're going 90 again. Takes a while because it's so heavy. If I had the super heavy load truck, then that probably would help, but $304, $302, $301. Everybody's speeding past me. Old Katarina, the driver, took in a bunch of money. It's good and leveled up. I don't know how long it takes these drivers to level up, man. Totally. We're getting places though, everybody. Soon. These guys will be very happy. They'll get their train engine, and I'll be getting their monies. That's what we do in the world of truck driving. We fill our pockets while we bring things back and forth. An adventure that you would never believe had you not seen it. Sometimes it's airmail. Sometimes it's canned pork. Other times it's medical vaccines. And sometimes it's part of a train. You know, like those shows that they have realistic, well, they're based on whatever they're doing, they're transporting some crap somewhere. They always have that climactic moment right before the commercial. Oh no, it looks like things are going wrong. Can they possibly get out of this pickle? Look at the, oh crap, $780. What, 10 kilometers is $780 now? Crap, is it like a percentage or what? What a rip. Yeah, now it's 90 again. Thanks a lot, game. Just wanted $1,000 basically. Drops it from 90 to 80. Uh-oh, final destination 2. Oh, we got past the logging truck. There's another cop car. I better slow down a bit. It takes so long to accelerate though. We are now 200 kilometers from our destination. And now for this commercial interruption. Give me a break, give me a break, give me a break of that Kit Kat bar. Thumbs up, thank you for following, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. We got a right turn coming up. It will be a very satisfying right turn, leading right to a stupid toll booth. Alex, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Who needs to look? Not me. We made it. I didn't even look. You know, I don't want to be bothered moving my mouse over. Avik, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Made it. Not quite yet. Still got 166 to go. Oh, we're getting close. A left turn coming up. This train car is almost as good as delivered, though, I tell you. Oh, watch over that bus. If we got hit by the bus, we'd be busted. There we go. We're just drifting back and forth, man. I'm getting a little tired, yeah. My character's good, though. He's only at half. It's getting tired time to me. I didn't load up on the old Starbucks today, man. I can tell. I had a Starbucks earlier, though. It was like 2 o'clock or something. No, even earlier. I don't know. Wait, the endurance. Ahmed, thank you for following. Much appreciated. And I didn't drink it, like, you know, for while I was streaming. Sometimes I'll have a Diet Pepsi, you know, it adds a little bit of caffeine, but I like a can of Dry, and those don't have caffeine in them. So it's quite a feat. Although I get to sleep in tomorrow. Well, I gotta start organizing my taxes and all that crap. Hate doing that stuff. Not a big fan. Only 80 here, eh? Alright, alright, alright. There's a yawn. It's not even my character. Okay, we're almost there. 107. 107 for train delivery. So, we delivered a boat. We've delivered a train. And we've delivered some airmail. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Classic Steve Martin film. Very out endurance and they got endurance marathon. Any of your favorite movies? Is John Candy in that one? I can't remember. He might be. I'm not sure. He's in a few, couple with Steve Martin, you know. Uncle Buck. Actually, I don't know if Steve Martin was in Uncle Buck, but another John Candy movie. So have you seen that Noises Off movie? That's good if you haven't seen it. Pretty funny. You seem to know a lot of the classic actors, so you know that one's filled with classic actors. Oh, it's 30 here. Better cut the speed. A big mess here, eh? Look at the hole. Camilla, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Wonder if Gotwa watched Mrs. Doubtfire. Alright, we've got 56 kilometers to go. We're making her. Mandy, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Not yet. I can't believe it got... You plan to watch Mortal Kombat? Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't watched that yet. Don't be doing spoilers, you know. That stupid thing costs $25 to rent, you know that? Is that a reboot? Probably. Probably would. I would assume it would be a reboot. I haven't seen it, so I don't know, but I don't think they're... I don't think it's a remake. What game is this? This is Euro Truck Simulator 2. So I am delivering a big old train engine right now. Almost there. 24 kilometers to go. Alright, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. And earlier I delivered some canned pork and some airmail and some other stuff. There was a Mortal Kombat before, yes. But you know, they're all kind of based off the same video game, right? So I don't know if they're even related to each other at all. Other than the video game, of course. Okay, there's our destination coming up. You haven't seen that two Mortal Kombat? You just finished it today? Oh, you watched the old ones? I like the first one a lot. Wow, it's kind of cool. Never thought it could be driven at night. Here in the Philippines, it's always daytime. Oh, there you go. In Canada, they have a lot of trucks driving at night. There's a lot of trucks at all hours here. But there's no Canadian truck simulator. They could use that, I think. Green light. Oh crap, dudes. Dude, that was close. You like the first one? It has the girl from Happy Gilmore too. Guess we'll go here. And left again. Where do you need it? Right there. All right. It's dark. I can't see anything, man. Oh, that trailer's really tilted. Let's go out with it here more. There, turn it around, eh? I don't know where the entrance is that I'm going for. Like it's over there. Oh, yeah. Right, now we know where it is at least. Don't give me spoilers. I don't like spoilers. would you want to give a spoiler? That's no good. That's the one bad thing about being a streamer, to be honest. There's always people willing to do that. Some people do it on purpose, you know? It's not working for me here. I want to turn it that way, maybe. No, the other way. But I want to straighten it out. That's sad. Thank you for liking. There we go. All right. Excellent. Look at all the XP, man. Whew. That's not actually that much XP, I guess, but we made it to Geneva. Cut flowers. Oh, look at that. Is that my garage? Or if there's one in Geneva. No, I'm in Zurich. Excellent. Great. Get out of Dodge here. Get a sleep for our dude. Can't tell if there's light. A reboot and a remake? Remake is the same story and all that stuff. And the reboot is just them starting the thing over, like a whole new plot. You know, like not necessarily following the same stuff. Like if you look at Star Trek with Chris Pine, that's like a reboot because you know they changed the whole thing, what happened in it. You know, it's like it's a whole different story essentially, you know, like whereas they didn't just, you know, use the same story but different actors. Or a slight change kind of thing. And then thank you for liking, much appreciated. So I don't think I've actually seen the new Total Recall, so I don't know what they did with it. But it depends how much they change the story, you know. You know, like oops, sorry, I banged the mic there. I'm not sure if you but basically you just recast it and told the same story. One example might be, I don't know, there was an original Justice League movie though. No, that's just that's the same movie. Justice League is the same movie, just they didn't have the same editing. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. There was one in the 70s with Gene Wilder. And then there was one later on with Johnny Depp. I think that would be a remake. Look at that. We got some money to spend here, though. Let's buy a couple garages. I don't know where should we go here. Nothing in Bulgaria. Buy every garage in Turkey. We got a whole market of Turkey now. I can't buy the garage in places I haven't discovered though. See that? I think we got most countries covered now. Big Brussels. Well, we got that covered, I think. I guess let's go here. How about the new Suicide Squad? I think that's just a sequel, isn't it? They're not starting the story over. To Frankfurt. All right, we need 5 trucks. Becca is going to be very happy. Sell me 5 trucks. We're going to have trouble remember where I bought them all. One there. The new Batman, they didn't use the same plot. Basically, it's basically if they just change the actor. No, those are kind of reboots, I think. Although they kind of do the same story with Batman over and over, but they're different enough, I guess. I don't know. All right, so we got that one. We covered France, Germany, Turkey, I don't remember where I put the other ones now. Denmark? No, I don't think it was. Oh, we bought 5 trucks though. Wasn't there? There's 1, 2, 3. You know where the other trucks were got that I bought? Suresh, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Put on the whole list here. There's one, Belgium. There's one more though. Darned if I could remember, eh? There is maybe. Bulgaria. Now we gotta put drivers in all of them, eh? Where were the pictures of these people come from? Like, who are these people? They look like real people. You can carry explosives. You carry explosives too and breakables. Jet and Stephanie, you're hired. Now it's gonna come down to where I can remember where these places are. Bulgaria was hard to remember, so let's put her in Bulgaria. Lucky you. David H. You are hired. You get to go to Turkey. Look at this guy with his shades. Jennifer B. We got 2. Germany was 1, I think. France was 1. Where was the other one? Brussels. There we go. Yvonne P is new. This guy looks like Jonathan Torrance. I think that only thing placed remaining is Germany, I believe. This guy looks like Greg from Game Over Greggy. Guy looks pretty satisfied. Fill up. Oh, that one's taken, so guess you're gonna go to Frankfurt. Alright, I think that's all of them. The garage manager, see if there's any truckless or driveless. Good. And then we'll go to the driver manager. Turn them into long distance drivers.
Sometimes I want to scream all the things I never thought I'd say to you. It's like 1,000 words inside my head, pulling me.
And these guys, just make sure that if their long distance is full up, we'll turn them to balanced.
What you thinking you've been drinking, baby? I'm not bulletproof.
You'd think it'd be in order of the hirings, eh?
like 1,000 voices in my head telling me how to get through.
Dude, she's losing money. 110 a day? What the heck?
Who you are anymore, but I can't seem to let you go.
So Linda V is our biggest driver right now for money profits. There we go. I guess that's probably good. Oh. Well, you guys, I'm tired. So, probably good. We got the business organized. We're gonna figure out how. We spent $1 million on expansion, so we'll figure out what we're gonna do. We will continue at some point here tomorrow or the next day or whatever. And if I don't continue tomorrow, maybe it'll be baseball tomorrow. If I do continue tomorrow, maybe it'll be baseball Monday or something. We'll see. So make sure you hit that follow, ! Notify if you want to be alerted when I go live. And if you haven't liked and shared, even if you're watching the video after the fact, it helps. Thank you so much for being here, whatever role or capacity or participating, whether it be sharing, dropping your audience from your stream, liking, chatting, all the good stuff. Thank you for the stars earlier from Abed and from yeah, it's Abed mostly there. Thank you so much. And of course, let's go over the poll here real quick, guys. So 48% voted for 10-4 Roger. 24% voted for Chicken Truck, which is a loaded up truck like mine on the game here. 19% said Diesel Bear, which is referring to a police specializing in pulling over semi-trucks. And Catch You on the Flip Flop, which means be on the way back. So 10% for that. That's awesome, guys. Thank you for participating in the poll. I'll throw that in the Discord. And I hope you all have a good night. Once again, thank you for being here. And we'll hopefully see you again soon.